Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. the time in the world. You're not heckling? Why aren't you heckling?
Because I love you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, heckle. Check? Yes. Hey, hi everybody. I think this is what we'll have for the opening here. So I have my notes that are not in the correct order, so I'm going to read terribly wrongly. So welcome to CentOS Connect. This is our third year here at the DoubleTree, although we've been in a different floor every single time. So maybe we'll stay here in the ballroom from now on. I'm pretty excited to be in here. I like the space we have. So I'm sure you all know the schedule is online. We have breaks within the schedule. We'll have an afternoon break today. There will be over in the room that you were all in already. The coffee machines are there all day. There will be some stuff out. I don't know what they're bringing out, but I always like the stuff they bring out here. So there will be stuff out for the breaks. So the hallway track is in Sycamore 2. You're welcome. As I said, all the lunch and breaks are there, but you're welcome to sit there anytime, have conversations. I know, a lot of times we like to see the presentations, but we're also here to talk to other people and stuff. So we have all that space there available to you. There is, out on the registration desk, a QR code for a Fedora badge. If you're really into Fedora badges, you get a Fedora badge for being here. If you did it if you were one of the people who actually got here at 8 a.m. And you did it then, it might have been wrong. There was a wrong QR code. Carl fixed it. So the QR code that's out there right now is actually correct, and you can get a Fedora badge if you scan it. Speaking of Fedora, did you know that the Fedora conference, Flock, is going to be held in Prague this year in June, just before DevConf CZ? Yeah, I know. Did you know that the CFP for Flock closes on Monday? Yeah, so you can spend all of FOSDEM getting your CFP submission together to submit something to Flock. We have, out by the registration desk, there's a flip chart there. So tomorrow at lunch, we're going to have some tables dedicated to particular conversation topics, possibly even using the walnut rooms. We'll see. This is a new thing for us. So if you have something that you really want to talk to people about during lunch, write up a topic on that flip chart. Or if you see topics on there, keep checking throughout the day and tomorrow morning. If you see something on there, put a tick mark there like, I'd like to sit at this table, and that'll help us allocate those tables. So we will see how this goes. It's our first time trying this out, but it'll be kind of an unconference style lunch. We did add 15 extra minutes to lunch tomorrow so that we have time for these conversations. I'm going to remind you that we do have a code of conduct, and we expect you to abide by it. I'm sure it's on the website. You saw that in the email, so please, everybody, just, be excellent to each other. Let's see, what else? Yes. If there are any problems, you can come to me, you can come to Amy, and you can come to Dorka, who is sitting at the registration table all the time. If there are any audience questions during the Q&A during talks, we will have a microphone. Actually, I could really use somebody to run the mic around if we can all just take turns on that so that we'll figure that all out, right? I'm going to sit behind that booth, and it's hard to get in and out. But if you have questions when the speaker has a Q&A session, please use the microphone. The live stream and the recordings can't hear any of the questions. Speakers, I know sometimes there's just a conversation happening and it takes forever to get the mic over or something, and they ask something. It's okay if you just repeat the question just to make it go faster. Just make sure it goes into the mic. We're going to try to run with the schedule. Sometimes things run over, we try not to. Sometimes things run early. Amy says she's going to run early. When this happens, we're just going to roll straight into the next talk. Instead of standing up here with 5 or 10 minutes of awkward silence, we'll go straight to the next talk, and that means we get to have longer breaks later on, and that's what everybody wants. And finally, I have to thank our sponsors. They help us make this happen. Their financial support allows us to have this great space and a whole AV setup and stuff. So Alma Linux, Fedora, I'm sorry, I'll start over. Alma Linux, Fedora, Red Hat, Rocky, and Meta, thank you for your support for this event. And with that, I believe that's everything I have to say. So I will introduce our next speaker. And Amy Marish is going to talk to us about the SIG Council. So welcome, Amy.
Flip your switch? Because I'm short. So yes, this will be quick. We as a community like deadlines. It helps us get things done. So we decided that we were going to introduce you all to the SIG Council here in Brussels. Quick agenda, quick intro, background, members, Q&A. Please, Q&A. All right, so those of you who don't know me, my name is Amy Marish. I am the chair of the CentOS Board of Directors. I'm the chair of the DocSig, as well as a member of Promo and Cloud. My background, for anyone who doesn't know, is OpenStack, hence being a part of Cloud. So a little background on what the SIG Council was. So how did we get here? Everyone knows the issue, trusting the SIGs by default, secure boot. For anyone who doesn't, here's the link. It predates me on the board, I believe. So in order to get secure boot available for the SIGs, the need for a central body to oversee the process was needed. The SIG Council idea of a meta-SIG was believed to be the solution for this issue. Y'all can thank Brian Stinson for proposing this idea 4 years ago in Boston, hence deadline. So a couple years later, we had a resurrection of the idea by Adam, actually. Names were going around at one point, the idea of a steering committee. But what was it really steering? The SIGs. What's a great way for the SIGs to talk? A SIG council. So we got things ready. Issue number 126, see the numbers are going up. Basically the idea that we would create a SIG council. The initial governance is in there. This ticket is still open because it is still a work in progress. We will probably leave it open for quite a while as the SIG Council develops, but as of right now, it's number 126, and where we're at. So yes, deadline, we're here. We're announcing the SIG Council. We also had our first meeting last Friday, because that's when everyone was available. So we have at least met once. We have a channel, so we are working on getting it really truly up and running. So members. Oh, that didn't work right. Hey, Troy, sure. And you're gonna have, this is an interactive talk, people. So Troy is, in this case, the representative for alternative SIGs. Alternative images, excuse me. Jamie, who works at CSX, is Cloud SIG. He is our chair for Cloud SIG. As I mentioned already, I'm Docs. Davida, who did not make it into the room, and I will harass him later, is Hyperscale. Fabian? Wave, Fabian. Fabian is our infrastructure SIG. Yes, give him a standing ovation, people. Y'all don't realize how much he actually does for us. Then, hey, it's Troy again. Hi, Troy. Troy is the ISA SIG. Then we have Peter. Peter, are you in the room? Peter's in the back corner. He is K-Mods. Somebody named Sean McCants. Does anyone know Sean? Sean is promo. Proposed updates, Michelle, second row. And virtualization is Sandro. Is Sandro here? No. Okay. Oh, and I guess I'm the CentOS board representative as well. So members to be determined. Again, work in progress. Artwork SIG, automotive SIG, core SIG, integration, messaging, NFV. I do have a couple names potentially for NFV. Operational tooling, software collections, storage, and then we get into some internal. Stream engineering. Hi, Adam. REL engineering and EPEL steering committee. I think we know who's going to be the EPEL steering committee, but he doesn't know that, so I'm not going to announce it. So as I said, this is meant for bringing this out into the open for everyone and to answer questions. So does anyone have any questions? God, y'all are easy. Oh, Troy, and then Benny. Wait. No, you're not allowed to yell.
How often do you guys plan on meeting?
That's a good question, Troy. How often do you want to meet?
Quarterly? Probably early. No, I'm just kidding about quarterly. At least once a month while we're getting started, and then to be determined.
Yeah, as we fill out the group and get all those names filled in, we'll see what frequency we actually need. Once a month, once a quarter. This is definitely not going to be a group that meets weekly. So we'll see how it pans out. Go ahead, Benny.
How are you deciding which people are joining? Is it like volunteer, or are you like?
So the chair, co-chair of a SIG, really good question, can appoint themselves, or if they're too busy and they want to appoint someone else, they are more than welcome to appoint anyone else who is a member of the SIG. My hope, you saw Troy's name twice, you saw my name twice. I'm hoping to find other people to join so that people are only representing one. I'm really good at changing hats, y'all know that. But the very fact of the matter is the more voices, the better. David?
So we see that Secure Boot brings you all together. But what other issues do you think are going to land on this docket?
My idea and my hope is that it allows everyone to talk about common needs so that we don't have everyone writing the same documentation. You know, by bringing people together, you can go, oh, wait, we have this already, and share things. To some degree, it could also be like tooling. You know, hey, we're using this runner to do X job, and no one else knows about it because it's only in that SIG, but bringing it up in a meeting on how to solve a problem could get other people to go, oh yeah, I could use that too. So increased communication between the SIGs, which is one of the reasons why I want more voices versus the same people sitting in every role, because everyone brings something different to the table. But yeah, the idea is technical in nature versus the board, which is more governance. By having representation from the board who might just run the meeting versus if we ever get to the point where we're voting would not have a vote necessarily. Also, as well as internal teams to say, hey, this is a heads up, this is what we're doing, or this is some tooling we're using, maybe y'all can use it as well. So it's really a closer communication from all the parties that have a say in the project. Fabian. You're making him run, folks. You have two?
I saw in the list of SIGs some SIGs that are inactive. So should the board start first by reviewing all the SIGs? Like the core SIG doesn't exist anymore because it used to be the one building CentOS Linux, which is dead. Same thing for software collection that died when CentOS Linux 7 died. So we should probably first trim the list of active SIG and then verify who should join the SIG council.
And that's part of the reason why it's taken so long from the idea to get this far, is because we're trying to prune out inactive SIGs. And that's why the list is so long, because they didn't respond to Sean checking in on them and asking them, are you still active? Who is your representative? And so on and so forth. I didn't want to necessarily eliminate anybody until they are actually officially retired. Any going once, going twice? Oh, Alexandra. And if I don't know who you are if you raise your hand up, I do apologize.
Sorry, it's going to be like a generic question. Let's say I'm a member of a project. I have a question. Is there like easy way to understand where do I go with my question, to the board or to the console?
That is a good question. We do have governance. It is not currently linked. That was my fault. And we will get that linked. We were hoping to get it done before now, but before this meeting and this presentation, but we got pulled away to other things getting ready for Connect. It does give more information on what the overall governance of this board, of the council is. But I think as we get established, it'll become more obvious of if you have a governance or an overarching project question, it'll go to the board. If it's more of a technical nature, it'll go to the city council. If it's more lower level, it should always go to the SIGs. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good questions.
Thank you, Amy.
All right, Troy, you're up.
Okay. So my talk's only supposed to be half an hour, and yet I have an hour.
You got all the time in the world.
I have all the time in the world, which is good because I have a demo.
Before you start up.
Oh,
Go ahead and get your stuff set up.
oh, that's part of what's going to take me a long time.
Should I entertain people while you set up?
If you would like, let me make sure I charge the.
Should I let the live stream see your setup process?
If you would like.
All right.
Okay, we're going to have two different setups here.
I didn't bring my banjo.
Well, I've got my what? Okay, this happened last time. Okay. Oh,
I'll pretend to give an introduction then.
okay.
We've got kind of a SIG segment going on here. So Troy is going to talk to us about the alternative images SIG. And he's going to demo something
I am.
live on hotel Wi-Fi.
It's actually not using Wi-Fi.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Good choice.
Okay. Let's see about setting things up. Oh, I don't need the power plug, at least not in there. Okay, but wait a sec. I should at least have my laptop. Should be showing up. It did, didn't it? No, if anything, I'll borrow this. You want to start with the demo? I've tested the demo and it worked. Let's test the demo first. We'll see. Are we streaming yet?
Oh, we are, yeah.
Good,
Everything's live.
Everything's
I don't know
live.
when you want me to cut off when we make the
No,
recording.
no, this is fine.
All in the recording? Everything?
All the recording.
Excellent.
So this is my demo. This is my Christmas present. My kids got me a Steam Deck. Don't get too excited. This is the lowest price Steam Deck, and I specifically asked for it because you guys, I do the alternative images. Do you see what's going to happen? Okay, and it's going to be live. Yeah? Oh, let's wait. So the prospects for failure are high. And you guys are,
Live from the DoubleTree.
yeah. The prospects for failure are high. Let's make sure it works though. Okay, we got a mouse, we got a mouse. We got a Steam Deck, we got a Steam Deck. We plugged it in. Now, Fabian, was that you that gave a Steam Deck thing? How to install Fedora on the Steam Deck? Somebody in Fedora whose name starts with an S. Florian or somebody. I know too many. Okay. We're going to start this demo. So just so you know, this is a docking station. This has CentOS Stream 10 Live KDE edition on it. We're going to boot off of that. We're going to install it on my Steam Deck. So let's see. For those of you who want to know, to boot up into the alternative things, you hold the volume up button down and then hit power. It gives a little beep that you couldn't hear on the thing, and then let go. And it should actually come up on that stupid thing. So we're going to try it again. It came up on here. I literally did test this before, and it came up. We're going to take it out. We're going to put it back in because that's what I did last time. We're going to make sure it's all the way in, all the way in. Urgh. We're going to try this 3 times, and then, okay, a little beep. Let go. Come on, go for the HDMI, go for the HDMI. Yes. Okay. And that, my dears, that's a weird saying, is the hard part. Okay, so, mouse should be working. If mouse doesn't work, that's the cool thing about Steam Decks is you have 2 trackpads. Good. So we'll do this trackpad there. Okay, so, yeah. It looks like I've actually already installed this several times. Oh, that's the problem. It's not seeing my thumb drives, which is why I can't see them. You silly thing. If there's something that can go wrong, it will go wrong. Okay, one last time. We're going to try it 3rd time. 3rd time's the charm, and we're going to take out the USB drives. We got plenty of time. That's why they said, hey, Troy, take all the time you want. Afterwards, we'll play through some of my games. Just kidding. Okay. I should hold this up to the microphone so you can hear what that little beep is. It's not showing up here, so it should show up there. Do we have mice? We don't have mice. Shoot. Which means we don't have this. Silly thing. I mean, I don't want to just show you the CentOS stream running on this thing. We want to install it. We want to do the live thing. And that doesn't help either. Why are you not while we're at it, I'm going to take this out. So I knew I was going to have a live demo. Those of you from Fermilab who have watched me with my demos are familiar with how good my demos do. And this is going exactly how I planned. Anybody have a dock that does both HDMI and USB with you? That actually works. That's what I tried. How close is your room? Okay, we have one. Okay, there's this says that's enabled.
USB and then USB A and HDMI.
Oh, that might work. That might work. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Okay. Are we still on? No, we are. Turn off. Okay. Let's try that. So we don't have to have my mouse. My mouse is just nifty. But what we really need is this. Does this need power? No. Okay. What we really need is this. Put it in the USB 3 slot. We need this. This slot. Why is my laptop not liking? Whatever. We're not gonna. Oh, it didn't like that. Okay. Maybe with something more simple, we're gonna get it. Power up, power, beep, let go. It showed up there. Power off. For whatever reason, it's always the second time when I do it. Maybe that's a feature. Come on, don't show up here. Let me at least make sure it's seen the hard drive before I. It's seen the hard drive this time. Sean, can I put power to this? Or does it need power? Because it's not showing. It's not coming up on the HDMI. I'll try it. I'll take it out, put it in very firmly. Very firmly. This is the longest demo you guys have always. I think something's showing up down there. It's at least got a blue dot. Nope. Oh, oh. Power. Got the. Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm giving this. Thank you very much. And who are you so I know who to give it back to? Jeff Ligon. Thank you, Jeff. Okay. And I even have power to go to it. Come on. Sean, I'm putting yours just under here. Okay, we got power to the Steam Deck. Oh, you know what's nice is we can just set it there. That's the nice thing about a Steam Deck. That. Putting it there. And where did my mouse go? I'm going to put my mouse in. Just because it makes things a little bit easier. The track thing. And if this doesn't work, then I apologize. Yeah. Beeped. Oh, it might help if I plug the HDMI in. The good thing is, oh, and, okay, let's plug the HDMI. Give me a little slack. Slack right there. It's thrilling, I understand. But if it doesn't work, I will apologize and move on. Beeped. Go. It's not showing up here. It is showing up here. One more time. The crazy thing is I tried this before lunch and it worked. I tried this before lunch and it worked. I should quit trying. Or, do we have a mouse? We have a mouse, which means we have HDMI also. Yay! Oh, goodness. Thank you all for being so patient. Okay, let me go back just so you guys know. So this is the Steam Deck BIOS. Hold it down by pushing the plus thing in the power. Let go of the power once you hear the beep. There's lots of varied things. It's a basic BIOS, but the most important is the boot manager. Every time I've put a USB drive, it always shows up as this Olympus light. For whatever reason, so that's what we're going to boot off of. As you can see, I have a SIM card and then the hard drive. So as much as you'd want to see me wipe out my regular thing, I'm not going to. We're going to put it on the SIM card, which is actually a very fast one. I got the fastest one you could get for a Steam Deck and all that. So, and then I clicked on the wrong thing. Great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's not booting up off of this. What are you booting? What? I'm really curious what's going to come up. Because I pointed it, I have both Fedora and CentOS Stream already installed on it. Shouldn't have told you that. Okay. There, so it must be there. There we go. Okay. Once it starts going, it's going. Okay, with no further ado, click the right one. There we go. Now here's a fun thing. There is no way for me to not select test this media and storage. I've tried every button, everything, and so, yeah, for 5 seconds, 42 seconds, what are you talking about? For whatever reason, you got your little plus minus thing, all the other things don't do anything, but if you hit that way, it's like hitting enter. There was nothing literally for up or down. So now I'm going to tell you about alternative images while this thing checks. Wait, it actually booted into it without checking. Nope, there it is, it's checking. I'm going to give you my alternative images talk while that checks. At least the beginning of it. The talk's called Alt Uses for Alt Images. This is one of the alternative images. The alternative images SIG. The goal is to build and provide alternative images for CentOS Stream. It's sort of in the name, but whenever possible, and thus far it's always been possible, we are going to be creating those things on the CentOS community infrastructure. Then it says, start your demo. Demo has started. There we go. I'm not going to change that because it would do anything. This year has been a good year and yet not too exciting year. We did get our WSL images working at the beginning of the year. I mentioned them last CentOS Connect, but they've been going very, very well. People have been using them. We currently have 7 images for CentOS Stream 9. You can't see the slides because we're watching this, but those are Cinnamon, GNOME, KDE, XFCE, Mate, sorry, this is in small font, Mate, and then I have one called Max and one of them called Min. Min is basically text only, but it is a live image. Max has every desktop that CentOS Stream 9 has, all the ones I listed before and a couple others that don't show up. Do we want to mirror? We want to mirror. Let's mirror and hope it works. Yay. One of the things I will need to do is test. Good. Because the mouse is great for some things, but it's sort of funner to just use your finger. So we don't need to do this. So here we have an example of our CentOS Stream 10 KDE edition. This is what you get when you come up. I didn't really notice until right now that we're using the dark images. We're going to click on Install the hard drive, and we're just going to use the touch screen. If you're wondering, yes, the touch screen works. And I actually have a demo with the touch screen working. If you guys were here 2 years ago, when I did a demo very similar to this, the touch screen, come on. Oh, you got to hit it twice. The touch screen didn't work. Go away. We don't care about that. So we also have our keyboard coming up. In this case, we don't need the keyboard. Let's swipe down, come on. Down, 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 keep going, not oh, hey, that's bad. Let's go back to English, please. English, there we are, English, continue. Okay, I'm gonna use the mouse. When you touch it, it thinks you want to do the keyboard. We're not going to do root account, but we are going to do user creation where we do want the keyboard. Okay, there we are. We're going to use Quake. Password. I'm going to tell you this password, and in fact, I'm going to set it to C so that when I type it in wrong next time, CentOS, we're going to do 789. That's a very secure. See, it's a strong password. Okay, and then we got to do it again. CentOS 789, because we are just so good that way. Strong passwords, and we want it secure. Installation destination. So you can see my 2 drives. Like I said, this is the cheapest one. It's only got 250 gig on the regular hard drive and a 500 gig on the other. This one is already partitioned. We're going to do automatic, and we're going to free up some space. And we'll just because I don't want to deal with having to make partitions, and freeing up space is actually pretty easy. We are. Go over. There was a scroll bar just a second ago. Come on. Go over. Oh, you silly thing. Well, okay, we can say delete that. And delete that. That should free up enough space. And I believe that says okay. Did that say okay? Oh, was that the cancel button? Let's do it again. Silly thing. Yeah, you know, interesting. Yeah, it would be really good if I had a super key. I have no keyboard. Let's do something else. Okay. Well, actually, that would. Let's go back to cancel. Let's go to custom instead of automatic. And then we will customize it. Yeah. Okay. Now let's get rid of what's unknown. Is unknown the Fedora? You know what? If we wipe out Fedora while we're at it, it's okay. Okay. This time. Yep. Yeah, delete all files on CentOS Stream 10. Oh, why do I hit cancel? I subconsciously want to keep this, don't I? Delete them all. Delete it, kill it with fire. Now we're going to do, we don't care about encrypting at this point. No, wait. LVM, let's just do LLVM, then provisioning. Do it. Where is the, oh, to create them automatically. There you go. You know, I've only done that like, I don't know how many 100 times in my life. Okay, we have a disk. This is thrilling stuff. I'm sure you guys are really glad you're here. Accept changes. Begin installation. Oh, goodness. Yay. Oh, I'm almost running out of time on my time. Okay. Shoot. How am I going to switch over to my talk? Well, no, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It pops up when it does the drives. Okay, my talk. Let's try. How can you get it to forget about, you know what? We're going to reboot this whole machine. Because it's the only thing that's going to work. Restart now. No, we're not going to restart. We're going to hope that comes back. It will. In demos, it worked. Wait, let's just do one last chance. Did you actually come up? Off. Come up. See the display. You see it. So we're going to do it this way. The installing software is 35%, in case you're wondering. Just close everything. I don't care. That is not a touch screen. Get used to that. Any questions for alternative images SIG? Well, it works. One thing I wanted to talk about was the future of the alternative images, what we're expecting this upcoming year. And if this works, then I'll show you instead of just talking to you. But if it doesn't work, I mean, all it is just, is this showing up on there? No, it is not. Oh, it's showing up. And I purposely left out 6. But, you know, I purposely left that one out.
Where else can you have this much fun?
There's a beer museum. Sorry. Are you kidding me? Come on. I might take you up on your Mac offer. I think I have it installed. If I have to go to GNOME, I will be sad. It sees it. It says it's right here. What resolution does that monitor supposed to have? Yeah, I know. It worked on this too. Probably 1080p. 1080p is 16 by 9, 4 by 3? 16 by 9. Try that. Try that. It flickered. Looked better, but that didn't actually do anything. I can put stuff on a USB drive. No, I can't, because I'm using it. Or does somebody have? They are. No, not yet. I have a PDF. I downloaded a PDF. Okay, well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to put this back, and I'll tell you what's going on this year. Because there's only text with a few graphics. That's the problem. It wasn't. So, upcoming this year. Oh, there's a microphone right here. Upcoming this year, we are going to do raw images, at least for Arch 64. That is on the bucket list, and we believe we can do it now, because since Fedora is doing raw images using Kiwi, and we're using Kiwi, it's just a matter of bringing over the configurations. So that's the number 1 on our bucket list. Number 2 on our bucket list, but this isn't happening for a while. Now I'm going to put on a different hat. Here, I'm wearing the ISA SIG hat. Ta-da. ISA SIG didn't have any presentation because they only had one thing they wanted to say. We are starting RISC V for CentOS Stream 10 RISC V. It's going to take a while. No questions yet. It's going to take a while. This is in the months stages. But we have hardware. It's the P550s. And we expect it to be done before the end of the year. But like I said, months, quarter, because like GCC takes a week to build. We got to build it at least twice. So, you know, there's a couple months there. So it's going to be a while, but we're working on it. Now, taking off the ISA hat, putting on alternative images hat. When the ISA SIG finishes the repo and it's stable and people say yay, we are going to be starting to do some RISC V alternative images. We currently plan to do one for the actual boards that we're making, or that we're building on, but we've been told that the packages are generic. They should run on any RISC V, so that they haven't been customized for a specific thing, we've been told. In practice, we'll see, but that's what we've been told. And the alternative images SIG, at the time we have those, will determine what hardware there is, what hardware people want us to build images for. And we will try to customize that. As speaking for the SIG, we've never done this for RISC-V, so it might take us a little while. But we're hoping by the end of this year, I know, it's January. You're like going, can't you get a little closer? And I'm not going to say anything more than the end of this year. It might be earlier. We're going to have a RISC-V image for hardware that is buyable. Now, somebody has to make hardware that general public can buy first, but we expect that to happen in this year too. So, oh, finished installation. Nice. Let me look at, okay, so we're back to things. I'm going to reboot. No, actually I'm going to shut down so I can take the drive out without, I like to be completely shut down before I take my USB drive out. There we go. Take the drive out. In theory, if I don't do anything, I'm going to go into the boot thing, but in theory, if I don't do anything, this should boot again. Okay, nothing's showing up here. Then tension in the moon's mounts. Yay! Do I still have a mouse? I still have a mouse. Makes it easier. Okay. Now we're going to do CentOS Stream. Oh, I could have done nothing and it would have just, there's two of them. We're going to take the top one. I wonder why there's two of them. Don't worry about that. I'll clear that out afterwards. Let me look at my slides real quick and see what I'm missing. I know I thought I had one other thing. Oh, well, you better come up on this. So whoever it is that made it possible for the little CentOS and Fedora and logo, thank you. I think that is so cool when we boot up. Anyway, so again, no keyboard. So we're going to hit this. Ta-da, this time it's doing it. And it won't show me, but you guys all know what it is. CentOS 789. Super secure. Come on. There we are. And do mirror, please. And we have our fun little welcome message. Access the internet. Yeah. Oh, this isn't Fedora. I'm not going to be able to enable my things. Forgot about that. Anyway, it works really good, and it has the keyboard built in by default, which, to be honest, is really handy, so that when I want to, oh, it is. But you know what's worse is not having it. Yes. Support what? Oh, yes. Yes, if I had one, and Sean's got like 3 sitting over there, I could plug it in here and just use a keyboard. I'm just showing that by default, it comes with the keyboard, because if you start using the touch screen, this is Red Hat. And if I had the right terminal up, it would allow me to use tab, but I don't. Wait, Red Hat, what am I? Release. CentOS Stream 10. Okay, running on my Steam Deck. Can it do it? Can it run Steam? I don't think so, actually. I don't know. I have never tried to run Steam on it, on 10. Fedora does. That's why I've got a Fedora partition. Okay, documents. Presentations 2020. You guys don't need to hear all this. Okay. Well, what? Raw images. Oh, I knew there was one other thing. Okay. With KDE 6.6 is coming out very soon. With that update, we're updating the KDE Live images. We're going to be using the Plasma Login Manager instead of SDDM. We're going to be using the Plasma Welcome. I guess we already are using the Plasma Welcome, but we're using it for the initial user creation. This is what I just went through. Yeah, I was going to say, that seems wrong. Plasma Setup, good thing you can't see the slides. It says Setup right there. We're using Plasma Setup for the initial user creation. So during the install, it will not be asking you for root or user. You'll be asked for it during setup. That's one of the changes that we're doing. Okay, now, do we have any questions? And I know we had one question back there, and we have one over there. Did you have a hand up over there? Oh, he's done with his. Over there on that side. And again, I apologize for all this.
So,
Everything's fine.
Troy, so this is a specific image for Steam Deck, or this is just your KDE?
This is our generic one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, yeah. You can, and I'll be honest, Fedora is a little bit smoother because you can just get Steam right out of the box, but it is the generic KDE image. The GNOME one, I do not believe has the touch. So, you know, if you hook a keyboard up, you can do it normally. But yeah, nothing, no fancy stuff at all. I do not know how the controllers work, but the touchpad, this is me using the touchpad, works fine. How many people know that that's one of the new features, the KDE for 6 is you wiggle it around and it gets really big? I love that. I have 2 high-resolution monitors, and every once in a while I'm like, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Any other questions? I would like to especially thank the SIG Council for being so short in the previous presentation to be able to do this entire demo. All right. Thank you very much. Which one's that? Oh. Yes, I do.
We're actually still running just a little ahead of time.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, just a little, just a little. Next up will be a hyperscale SIG update from Davida and Neil. Why not? It's on the schedule. Check. Nope. We get plenty of time.
Okay, Sean, I think this,
That's mine. It's, you
That
can
one's
just leave it there in
yours.
case someone needs it, though. I'll just take it.
Or else can you have this much fun at OSDM?
Got it.
but it didn't work on mine.
because I'm not going to pair Bluetooth. So
Yeah,
we'll use the thing.
I don't want to fight Bluetooth today. I already had to fight it
Just
yesterday.
close, close. When I say close, I have just a plethora of stuff. And somebody's, Jeff's, there you are.
All right, let's set the mirror screen mode. Did it work? Does it mirror the screen?
I have. We have two handhelds and a laptop.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Oh, it's those. Will eventually succeed.
Don't worry.
It's tied in the hood. There we go.
Roland Corporation is 1920 by 540. What kind of resolution is that?
No, it's off. Now it's on. Sure. Oh, yeah, it's definitely on.
I didn't arrange it.
Hello? Oh, God. Okay. I guess we're good. Are you using the podium or do you want a hand mic?
Oh, here we go. I'm going to use the podium.
Okay.
Yep.
Then we're good.
I just had to fix it so that the presentation thingy didn't freak out anymore.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and you don't have a privacy screen, so that's easy.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
No privacy
Good-
screen
good-
makes it
good
so
call.
much easier.
All right. Are we good?
Yes, please welcome Davida and Neil to give us a hyperscale SIG update.
Much easier if I don't have that on. Hey, y'all. I'm Neil. This is
I'm David. Hi.
And, wow.
This is our usual hyperscale SIG update.
Right. And like always, here's our agenda where we talk about what the heck we did for a while, the stuff that we've made, and what we're about to do.
Yes, we do. The hyperscale SIG is a CentOS SIG. We focus on CentOS Stream. It is primarily targeting environments at a large scale. We target large-scale infrastructure, but it's not exclusively so. We originally created the SIG to have a space for different players in the space so they could work together and collaborate on tooling and infrastructure and packages, so different companies don't have to reinvent the wheel. But this is by no means restricted to companies. It's open to everyone. People are welcome to join and collaborate, whether they're a big company or just an engineer on their own or just a hobbyist. The idea is that we want to bring in-house development out in the open so that everybody can benefit and we can ideally improve the ecosystem and bring things forward. This was not the right key. Why is he skipping 2?
Because-
because you are skipping. Okay, that makes more sense now. Okay, we started in January 2021. We had 6 founding members. We now have 43 members, although the number is a lie because a bunch of those are people that were there for a while and don't really do much work these days. We had a meetup this morning where we were talking about that we are going to trim the membership roster to people that are actively involved to make it a bit more manageable.
I want to be able to use Zodebot to be able to poke people when our meetings again.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when you use .bot and it tags 43 people. But it is active and we are steadily onboarding new people, so it's good to see that the community is healthy. We hang out on Matrix in that channel. We have folks on both EMEA and US, so usually there's people around that you can talk to. We have bi-weekly meetings on Matrix. However, that docs page stops at 2024 because we're very bad at keeping it up to date. But we do still have meetings, and if you look at the Meetbot logs, you'll find them. Eventually, we'll figure out a way to link the logs there, so I don't have to remember to manually edit the page and update it every time.
Yep.
We also do monthly video meetings, which sometimes are work-related, sometimes they're just like us bullshitting. You're welcome to join those too if you would like. They're generally
sometimes
fun.
it's both. It's
sometimes
even more
it's usually a combination.
Yeah.
It's like, we need to reschedule this because this is like late in the day Pacific time. That's not going to work for Europe as well.
I mean, it barely worked for
Yeah, we should change, but yeah. And we do meetups. We had a meetup this morning with a lot of very productive discussion and we got a lot of work done. We try to do this a couple of times a year depending on where people are in the world.
Yeah, usually we try to attach it to an event like this.
Yeah, this is a good one to do it. We've done it at DEF CONF US in the past. We'll see this year what we end up doing in the future.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But we try to do it. We try to do it as a rider to other events that we're all at, and it's usually good.
We do go to a lot of conferences, Neil. So.
Yes, we do. We do.
All right. We also have docs. The docs are quite decent, I would say.
We've done a pretty good job on this part, which I'm very happy about,
Yeah.
because otherwise I think our onboarding would suck a lot more.
Yeah, no, it does help that we have new people that have to update them. We just had a new person start doing work who is somewhere in the room that I can't see them.
Right over there.
Oh, there's Powell. And found a bunch of stuff in the docs that made no sense and fixed it, so that was very nice. We also are supposed to publish activity reports, but we've been slacking. We will try to go back at actually doing quarterly updates. So Sean has something to put in his newsletters.
We promise. We are working on it.
Yeah, we will sort that out. We do give a lot of talks, and the talks are there. I still need to put in the ones for the last few months. I think that stops at like November of last year. Most of the talks we give are recorded, so if you want to see us give this talk many times in a row
And you get to see the
and
slow
check the
progression.
differences
The slow progression.
and see how
crazy.
little preparation we put into it, you can see that. We also have an issue tracker that is currently still on Pagure that we discussed this morning. We're going to move to GitLab probably this week.
Yeah, because we're here, it's actually a lot easier
yes.
to just make it all get done.
This will be on GitLab soon, like the rest of the stuff we have.
Yep.
Again. Yeah, we do a lot of stuff.
We do a lot of things. So the biggest thing the biggest thing that is, I think, most notable is the faster moving backport stuff, which cover a lot of different scopes and spaces from kernel, systemd, and whatever. We're going to cover that in a bit. There's also some cases where we rebuild things to have different alternative setups and build options, like user space components to add additional features that are switched off in RHEL. Large scale testing and enablement.
Yes.
I can say words. This stuff is, I think, more dovetailing into the stuff related to systemd and things like that. And then there's, the fun deliverable bits, which we'll get into in a bit.
Yeah.
So for the package backports.
Package backports, if you are on a CentOS Stream machine, you can DNF install CentOS release hyperscale, and you will get all of our packages. These are meant to be drop-in replacements for the existing ones, so they should not add bugs, hopefully, but they will generally add features. They might add bugs, who knows? But they do generally meant to be drop-in replacements and not conflicting policy-wise. If you find bugs in these, please report them to us, not to the RHEL maintainer, or they will be very confused. This requires Appel, because Appel is kind of required to have a useful system anyway. It also requires CRB, because Appel requires CRB. We only ship packages for x86, 64, and AR64, because nobody else wanted to do other arches. If you're really passionate about Power or S390, you're welcome to join, as long as you actually test the packages. We do have the ability to build for other arches in CBS, so that's totally possible.
It's just a question of if somebody steps up, like, hey, if somebody wants to do RISC-V on hyperscale, once Troy's figured the ISA RISC-V thing,
RISC-V could be fun.
we can definitely do it. It's just someone come up, give us some hardware, please.
Yes. This is do we even have RISC-V in CBS? Oh yeah, we were talking about it this morning. Yeah, never mind.
We will have it.
Yeah. This is a mix of backports of low-level system user space packages or quality of life packages, like we have, for example, up-to-date versions of Vim, because people like having
Emacs.
up-to-date editors, and Emacs, yes, and Emacs. Recent additions were RDMA Core, YNL, and WProf. Michelle did WProf over there. You can see the tags for the list. The list got too long, so I stopped adding it in the slides.
I'm very happy that you stopped
that. There are a lot of packages in there. Next up. One notable package we have is systemd. This is the latest and greatest systemd that you can get from Fedora Rawhide, backported here for CentOS Stream. We have builds for Stream 9 and Stream 10. This ships with all of the systemd features enabled, regardless of what RHEL actually ships. So if you want to use UMD or NetworkD or NERSolved or whatsoever, you can. It also, because it ships the latest version, it has improvements compared to the version that RHEL ships and CentOS Stream ship. Although the Stream has been rebasing systemd more often lately, so I would say the gap is closing a bit, which is nice.
The gap is much smaller now. It also means that, so we have this bullet about this SE Linux enablement. I think we probably can take the experimental label off.
Yeah, it does actually work now, because we use the real policy.
And also, upstream CentOS has now been rebasing SE Linux policy more often.
Yeah.
So we've run into far less problems here, so I think we'll probably take that label out going forward.
This is, for what it's worth, the systemd that we run in production at Meta. on millions of machines, and it works fine. It is, as I say, tracks rawhide. We try to actually put as much as possible of the delta we have in rawhide, because we don't want to maintain delta on the SIG side.
It also makes the automation easier.
It makes the automation easier. It's in GitLab. There's really, really nice GitLab pipelines for doing testing on commit and for doing releases. One of the pipelines also takes the sources and applies all of the patches and shoves them into another Git repo, because it turns out persuading developers to unpack the RPM and apply the patches manually is a lot of work. And it's a lot easier if we can just give them a tray when they have to debug a production issue. This is what the pipelines look like. Oof, this podium is not stable.
No, it's not nailed to the ground.
Okay, good to know. The pipelines are, they're just standard GitLab pipelines. They're not, they are specific to systemd, but they could be reused for other packages. And in fact, we do reuse them for at least a couple more.
And we talked about it this morning about generalizing it further so that other people can use it for other stuff.
Ideally, we would like to make this into a thing that we can use for every package in our SIG or potentially other SIGs, because it is useful to get this kind of stuff on every build.
And this is what it looks like for us on the CBS side when the CI actually runs and does things.
Yeah, on the CBS side, we do daily rebuilds. We also, so we do builds of commits on our repo, but we also do builds where we take the latest Git from systemd main and do a build of that against our specs. So we can see if something changed upstream that would break our stuff or vice versa. And then we can do CI on that. There's been talks of using OpenQA for this, but OpenQA doesn't exist yet in CentOS, so that's not a thing yet.
Yeah, I want it to be, though.
We also have a virtualization stack that is one of those packages I mentioned that reuses some of these pipelines. This is QEMU and libvirt plus some supporting stuff. We expect there will be more here coming in the future. This is also something that we're using at Meta that is being sponsored by Meta.
And now the more exciting.
Oh, yeah.
So CentOS Hyperscale now has a port of CentOS Stream to Apple Silicon Macs. It's sort of super previewy. It works.
This is another hat that Neil and I wear when we're not on this stage.
Yeah, when we're not on this stage, we do other things, which includes apparently, Apple Silicon. So we do Fedora Asahi Remix upstream in Fedora, and we took this back down into making CentOS Hyperscale Asahi last year or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
And this is largely aimed around creating two big focuses. The first is making sure we actually understand what we actually need to deliver this, which is a great way to make sure we validate our assumptions. The other part of this is that for certain types of workloads that Davida and I are trying to do, like CI infrastructure on ARM and whatever, it is a lot nicer if we don't have to do system upgrades on the infrastructure every 4 months. So, because
in general, I think CentOS is a good fit for something like a Mac Studio you shove under a couch for doing builds or whatever.
Yeah,
so,
if you want to have a monster CI runner, this is on ARM that doesn't cost 2 arms and 4 legs.
Yes.
This is the way to go.
Will likely not set itself on fire,
Yeah,
which is also a good quality.
Yeah, and be quiet.
Yeah, and be quiet. You can try technically this now. However, I checked and the dailies I think are broken, so you may not want to install the daily today.
I think the release build is also broken.
I think there's something going on. We built this for a demo last summer.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't put a ton of work on it between last summer and now, but it should not be too much work to get it going again.
I mean, there's a pile of rebases that I'm working on, and I think that'll fix most of the broken.
I think ideally we can productionize this year.
I hope so.
It shouldn't be too far, and the delta for Asahi is getting smaller and smaller over time.
That's honestly the thing that's making this a lot better. So one of the things in the Asahi Linux project upstream that's been going on is a very, very targeted focus on upstreaming work. And so we now have upstream Mesa, we have the delta for the kernel has cut in more than half. We've got all these other bits and pieces been upstreamed, the U-boots, stuff like that.
I think in CentOS, the only thing we actually fork is U-boot.
U-boot and the kernel.
And yes, and the kernel, of course.
U-boot and the kernel are the only ones.
Yeah.
We do a targeted rebuild of Mesa because we do need to turn on a driver that's not there. But other than that, everything's good. This is a new thing.
Yeah, this is a new thing.
Yeah.
We also care about ELN. ELN, if you don't know, gives you a preview of what's to come for CentOS Stream. Basically, every day we take rawhide. They take rawhide and rebuild it as if they were making CentOS Stream today, which is very nice because you get to see what will be coming in 11 and what might break. We can't actually target ELN in CBS because we don't have access to it, and for a variety of reasons. But we can target ELN in Copper. So I built an horrific concoction that allows us to build packages in copper targeting the SIG that can be co-installed with packages of the SIG for ELN. This does work. We are currently using this to test systemd, so we can test ELN alongside with our builds of systemd. It needs work. It leverages Red Hat RPM config. We found a lot of bugs while working on this.
Yeah.
And it needs work. Right now, it's a manual process. We don't have automation yet to do automated rebuilds. And we need automated rebuilds for this because ELN rebuilds basically every day.
Yep.
So we need to rebuild this in sync.
Yeah, we forgot to actually list in here that I added the build release flag to Fedora release Rawhide
Yes.
for this stuff. And so there's some work in progress stuff about building a mechanism in which you can do what I have called no change or no commit rebuilds, where we don't touch the sources, we just whack it with a stick and it makes it again. This is kind of necessary because in Copper we don't have control to the sources of anything.
Yeah.
And so we just need to be able to build it and rebuild it to whenever things change in ELN, because there's not really a source code change, it's just like we need to make everything relink again. And so this is the sort of thing we want to start having enabled in the Red Hat Fedora ecosystem. And so we've been starting, that's been like the core issue we've been doing to make the ELN Copper thing work.
Yep.
And then now we're back to kind of the more staid things. So like as part of doing the work that we do in CentOS Hyperscale, we also contribute to CentOS Stream Corp because we don't actually want to carry everything ourselves, and there's no point in doing that, especially if other people can benefit from it, even in the default case. So Hyperscale, we target Stream 9 and 10. In this case, it's talking about Stream 9. We did a whole bunch of things. This pretty much has not changed since the last few things, but it's still a nice list of things that we've done. And you can see it's a cross-section across server and desktop things and fancy specialty stuff. And for Stream 10, it was very similar, although this was a little bit more desktop-y.
I think there's a few more CRB things that are missing from that list.
Well,
I definitely filed more JIRAs for that.
I
forgot to
definitely
list.
filed more JIRAs
Yeah.
than what's listed here, too.
Scott.
There's a lot.
He's asking why desktop-y things.
So why desktop-y things? Because we make a desktop image for CentOS Hyperscale where everything's all put together, so developers and users can actually experience the whole thing put together. But also because if we didn't do it, things like CentOS alt images wouldn't be able to function, and all these other things. As a simple example, when CentOS Stream 10 first branched off of Fedora 40. Most of the desktop stack was broken. And it took a while for...
That's not answering my question. You're telling me why build, I'm just curious. I'm curious of the scope creep from a cloud thing.
Oh, it was part of the scope from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's interest in workstation, for example, use cases. Where,
Hyperscale
you want to be able to run a desktop to run applications and stuff, and you need a functioning desktop, and you need something.
From the point of view of Hyperscale, it's not about necessarily just the cloud, it's about any large-scale deployment. And large-scale deployments include desktops and workstations, too. And so workstation has been part of it because we need to be able to support developers being able to target and develop. It's a very important aspect that people can actually use the stuff and engage with it and iterate on it. And if they don't have a good experience for being able to do that, then all the other stuff falls apart eventually. So that's been critical to us. So that's why we focus so much on it, because if the entry point ain't good, all the exit points are going to suck too.
Yeah, it's just interesting. I feel like you could have a recursive experience with only a server thing and still have that be good. It's interesting that almost all Linux community things almost always end up back at desktop. That's all I'm observing.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
It's just interesting.
Well, because it's the user entry point, right? Because Linux on the server is not something you experience. Linux on the desktop is something you interact with, and so it makes it a much easier and higher touch point.
I would say even on the server side, though, oftentimes you do need the desktop components, even if you don't care for it, because you might have, for example, CI workloads that rely on it. You might be doing end-to-end testing. You might be doing horrific things, like
headless Chrome.
running something with headless Chrome, or running LibreOffice for some reason, or running something with a GUI that you have to poke with a stick to do things. I don't know if headless Chrome or headless LibreOffice is worse. I think they're pretty close.
I think headless Chrome is worse than headless LibreOffice because headless Chrome involves 3 different foreign build systems to make it work.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Next up, as we mentioned, we also have a way to do large-scale testing. Right now, we use this primarily to ship the DNF copy on write stack. This is something we at Meta have been working on for a few years now, where it's a set of patches on top of primarily RPM and also DNF to leverage features in modern file systems such as Btrfs to make package installation and deployment more efficient. Among other things, this speeds up image builds considerably because it allows you to just ref link blocks around.
Like, as a simple example, one of the CentOS Hyperscale image builds, when I do it on my computer on a CentOS Hyperscale box with all this stuff, it goes from regular CentOS stream where it's like 10, 12 minutes down to 2 minutes for an image build because the expensive I/O operations are cheap ref link operations. And so the image gets built faster, and I can make more iterations to do more testing and things like that. So it's a very powerful feature, and if you're doing a lot of image builds or if you're doing an image-based workflow, this is super, super critical. And it applies not just to Btrfs, although this is what we primarily do with.
Yeah, this works with XFS, though.
It works with XFS as well, or any other file system that supports Linux's reflink facility.
Yep. This is not upstream yet, and it has a somewhat storied history of trying to get it upstream. We are still trying. It's currently shipped into the Hyperscale experimental repo because it's not upstream. So it's obvious that it's a separate thing that you may not run unless you know what you're getting into. If you're interested, there's a lot of links there on the development story of it.
Right, and following from that, like we've talked about building these experiences, building these images, and being able to provide these deployments, we also have our own tooling that we've now built for doing content collections, which in the Red Hat world, we call those composes. So composes they are. And so CentOS Stream Hyperscale have composes now that could produce a testable unit that you can then integrate for whatever you'd like to do. We made a compose tool. I gave a talk about it last year, a preview talk about it last year at CentOS Connect. Shortly after that, I finished it and released it. So there's a blog post about it, which is, I think, linked on here. Yes.
Yes, it is.
It is, in fact, linked on here. And this tool lets you basically say, hey, I want to pull all these things from these Koji tags. I want to pull these things from these Punji composes, these Bodhi updates, these ODDCS stuff, and pull it all together, and it creates a single collection with unified metadata so that you can do things like teach a system to read this compose and reconfigure all the repos, or use it as an input for building images, or whatever else you want. And the definitions are basically written down now, and it's like at this point, we're at the point of figuring out automation so that we can do it basically automatically. And we've been talking to Troy about the CentOS rollup stuff to extend this capability to be useful for things like when SIGs have releasable artifacts, that we collect them all up, and then that we have unified metadata that we can then push into the website, so the website can be automatically updated with all of the artifacts, rather than, I believe right now it is manually updated.
Yeah, this makes it easy to have a bundle you can qualify against. If you want to qualify your deployment against a known version, and you have the OS plus the SIG content together, and plus a PEL or whatever else you need all at once.
Mm-hmm. And all of this is kind of important about the beating heart, which is the kernel that we have. So the CentOS Hyperscale kernel is basically based on the Fedora kernel. So I take the Fedora Arc stuff, and then I change it to use the rel config, and I add a couple of extra flags, which is like basically Btrfs and Waydroid support enablement. And we build it and ship it for CentOS Stream 10. We used to also do this for CentOS Stream 9. It is stuck at 6.14 because everything newer doesn't build because something is broken with BPF tool and CentOS Stream 9 toolchain. I don't know why, but it's really difficult. Even before that, we were doing things based on the rel arc tree, which we don't do anymore. Secure boot support is outstanding, and it's the main reason that it is still considered experimental. We factored it out into its own repo and kernel and its own tag for CentOS Stream 10 because we had a bunch of people that were outside of Hyperscale that wanted to consume our kernel without our user space. And so now we have this available for other people to consume for Stream 10.
Yeah, as long as your user space is new enough, this should work just fine.
And related to the work that we did for making the Hyperscale kernel, we've actually contributed to the CentOS Stream kernel a few times. Z standard sync and enablement in Stream 9, along with some crypto enablement and stuff to support our things. And in Stream 10, well, we fixed ZRAM, which was accidentally broken. Some other stuff about supporting external Btrfs KMod stuff. We actually wrote a contribution guide to help people contribute to the rel kernel. And we also helped the KMod SIG with supporting the Btrfs KMod as an external module thing.
The KMod ships a package that allows you to use Btrfs on the stock CentOS Stream or rel kernel. So without having to run a custom kernel, And that's another option you have if you want to run Btrfs
Right.
without running our kernel.
This should have been updated from 9 to 10. This is
Yes.
something I forgot to add.
Yeah,
So
that-
this is, KMod Btrfs is not a thing for 9 anymore, but it is available for 10.
Yeah. Yes. On the user space side, we ship Btrfs progs in Appel these days. We used to backport it in the SIG, but now it's available in Appel, so we can just keep it up to date there. Com size as well. And we also ship Btrfs support in the installer stack, so you can have a system with Btrfs from the very beginning, and it just works. And that's what we use for our spin media as well. On the kernel side, we also ship a version of Kpatch that actually works. Because the stock Kpatch in CentOS Stream is designed to be used if somebody else makes the patches for you. While the version we ship has Kpatch build support, so you can build your own patches if you want. It also includes backports from upstream development work around client optimization. So if you run kernels with PGO support, for example, that will work better for you. This is something we also use in production at Meta. We technically have a container image, but it's broken right now, and I forgot to update this slide. It is broken because we used to do builds on OpenShift, and those have rotted away. We are going to move this to GitLab. Neil already wrote Kiwi description to just build a container. We just have to wire it up. So that thing will still work. It's just going to be very old.
Yeah. So you'll want to do a DNF update
Yeah.
pretty much right away.
But it'll still be fine. We'll get it sorted out soon.
And so one of the other things that we do is this live media spins. Like I alluded to this earlier when Scott asked about why we do so many desktopy things. It was important for us from the very beginning to make sure that the developers that are working on these hyperscale-enabled server fleets also had the ability to leverage this stuff from their workstations because it made the development loop much better. And so we made these things and built live DVD ISO images starting from 8 all the way into now. And that's what we've got today with CentOS Stream 10 and CentOS Stream 9.
I'm curious, like, so there's a lot of weight in carry by so they can have a developer experience like.
Because it matters. Because nobody wants to work on something if they don't like actually working on it.
No, I'm just asking, like, I'm genuinely curious.
Okay. Sure.
You need a microphone, Scott.
I would assume that like 60-80% are using Mac desktops and just running these as VMs anyway and not caring. Like his argument about the CI/CD system makes perfect sense to me. That feels like a strong argument.
I'll give you another example where this is useful.
Yeah,
If you're doing bring-ups of new hardware and you're working with third-party vendors, oftentimes they will want a thing they can put on a USB stick, they can boot a machine with and like play with on a graphics head. And having a thing with all of the bits in from the start helps a lot.
Yeah.
That's another use case where this is useful.
Yeah, that's interesting too.
And I think you would be surprised how many people only use Macs because they feel that they don't have a Linux option. And that is...
Oh, I'm not here to debate Linux.
Yes, but you literally brought up the Mac thing, so I'm pointing that out, right?
There are industries that, to be fair, are not my own, where people have wide deployments of workstation, Linux-based workstation, like if you look at the VFX industry, for example. So there's stuff like that.
I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like in the case when we started this,
Sell to all these people.
in
Yes.
this particular case, right? When we started doing all this, one of the confluence of this was one of the companies that was involved in this, the company I used to work for, had very large Linux workstation deployments, and we wanted to have this because it was part of making sure that the appliance development experience we did as product development was reasonably safe and sane. For Meta, the reason that we started doing this was that it makes their ARM development story a lot better because doing ARM development remotely sucks, and it was very painful. And so we made sure we had a good local development experience when you're doing stuff on ARM architecture.
That makes sense too. Like that feels like a stronger argument.
Yeah, for bring-ups, I would say it's very valuable to have something with the bits there.
And cross-compiling ARM experience really sucks.
That is a whole different can of worms, yes. You do want native development if you can, I agree.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
I mean, it's the reason why we did the Fedora Asahi remix stuff and CentOS Hyperscale Asahi as well, is because eventually we got to a point where now there was ARM hardware that was worth something and doesn't cost 2 arms and 4 legs, and you could actually do a daily driver on it. And so we spend a lot of effort on this because the payoff has been substantial in terms of getting people to not only use Linux and contribute to it, but actually feel like it's actually worth using Linux more and more as a development-centric process. And then the part you're interested
we have
about,
cloud
Scott,
images
we have
too.
cloud images.
It's just, yeah, it's counterintuitive that the desktop always gets dragged in.
The desktop,
Sorry, it's just counterintuitive that the desktop always gets dragged in. I would have expected you'd spend like 99% of your time on this, but yeah, that's.
but cloud images were easy.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, cloud images are you dump people into a shell, you have cloud init work, and you're done, right? Like, the rest of it is, you know, David waving his hand saying that the cloud is hard.
Yeah, the cloud is easy, and David waves his hand.
Go OpenStack.
I was waving my arm to take that microphone away from Scott. No, even on the cloud, I think one of the things that we found is that being cloudy myself, one of the things that we found is that having the desktop environment is a critical component in the adoption. It doesn't necessarily get used, but it is a checkbox that is absolutely required before the adoption happens. That also, also happens with Rail Workstation.
Yeah, and you have all the VDI stuff and all that too. Yeah. But yeah, cloud is also easy because of all the work that people have done in Fedora Cloud and other spaces.
I mean, from the sense of like what we did for CentOS Hyperscale Cloud, it was, well, David and I did a lot of work in the Fedora Cloud space, and we basically, I mean, actually technically started in CentOS Hyperscale and we forward ported it to Fedora Cloud, but the experience is basically shared. We did the stuff in here and made it work over there and vice versa. And so there's a virtuous feedback loop that occurs between Fedora Cloud and CentOS Hyperscale for the cloud platform development work. And we have all of our stuff that does things. And as I said, it influences Fedora Cloud as well. The images are there. We build it for OpenStack/generic and AWS EC2. Yes, OpenStack was actually important because when we first started doing this, I worked at a company that ran private OpenStack deployments. And so OpenStack was the first platform we brought up. You said hi later, so like then we got to AWS right after that. Notice that you're here. But yeah, so like it was important for us to have both sides of the story because having the end-to-end made it much easier for people to be interested in using and develop and support it.
All right, we are running out of time, but we're also at the end. Coming up next, we are going to have, we already have Spin 10 images. Why is this in the coming up?
Because I forgot to delete it.
Okay, scratch the first item. We did that already, so that's nice. We need to productionize the hyperscale on Apple Silicon thing. We need to
finish the
we need to finish the Compose's work, which should happen soon.
Yep.
I think we'd still like to have QEMU in better shape in Appel, but that has stalled for a little bit. But we do have renewed work happening on transactional updates now that the NF5, the package kit backend for the NF5 is available, thanks to Neil.
Yep.
So we should have some movement there soon. You can find us on the usual channels. Those are the docs. You can find us on Matrix. Feel free to join the meetings. You don't have to be on the SIG to join the meetings. You can just bullshit with us. You can file issues soon at a different URL, and we're also on the mailing list. This leaves us, I think, a minute for questions. Yes?
Hang on, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Hi there. I'm curious. When you talk about CentOS Hyperscale support for Apple Silicon, did you had a requirement for many users asking to run CentOS Hyperscale within Apple Mini clusters, or did you just think that it would prop up eventually?
Well, so this really actually started because ButterFS CI on ARM is actually run on Fedora's Sahi Remix. Because it's the only good ARM platform that we have to be able to do consistent ARM testing for that file system.
Well, it's a combination of, it's a good platform and it's something you would want under your couch in your apartment that will not catch fire. Like
the
you don't want a giant Ampere box in your house. You also don't want a Raspberry Pi 24/7. So
yeah, my old solid iron ARM server is not a fun server to have around.
It's a good middle ground.
Yeah.
And it's useful to have it in your house because it's useful to have the hardware close to you if you need to debug something.
And it also runs in 2 page sizes, so it makes sure that we don't get the page size.
We get extra coverage because of the page size thing.
Yeah.
I had a question because Asahi came up a couple of times in Apple Silicon, and I was lucky enough somebody sent me a DGX Spark recently, and it's some customization of Ubuntu, but it's pretty good. Have you looked into that or considered that?
I'm aware of the hardware. I have not personally looked at it. Have you
I
looked
don't
at the GX stuff?
I have looked at it. It looks very nice. It also is way more money than I would spend on a computer.
Yeah.
But also, if I had one, we could probably do something about
Somebody would like to send a DGX box to Neil. We can look into support.
It's good hardware and it's mostly open source. I'm sure, like Fedora or CentOS, you could get it
it.
running.
Yeah, but it also starts at $4,000.
I suspect
I
they
was
probably
someone sent me one.
They probably use a downstream kernel of sorts. I have not looked at this at all, but like I
Yeah,
would imagine.
they have a custom
Yeah.
kernel that's forked off of the Ubuntu kernel.
Yeah, so that might make things interesting. Any other questions?
Oh,
Another one there.
All the way back
All the
to
way
where you
back.
started.
Pass the mic.
Sorry, just one more question. As a Red Hat system administrator, would I expect to see the BTRF support drop into Red Hat Enterprise soon?
No.
That's a question for Scott over
That's
there.
not a question for me. But I see Scott shaking his head. He's going to make somebody very sad very soon.
I'm not Scott, but I can say no effing way. I had a different question. For Apple Silicon, are we supporting M3s and M4s now?
So
Are we still on M1s and M2s?
Shipped is only M1 and M2. There is ongoing work on M3. It is not shipped to users yet.
yeah, there's very, very super early stuff for M4. There is slightly less super early stuff for M3, but it's not shipped to anybody yet.
Okay, and I'll go back to Scott's ButterFS nightmare then.
Your favorite topic.
So tomorrow at 2, we're talking about RHEL 11. And I will say, I did actually create something in our Jira to investigate Butterfest. Not that I'm at all planning on supporting it. But I do believe it is important to like document your no. Like and explain why you're doing something. And so like I think it's good to write it down and explain it to people. But if you want to talk about that more tomorrow, I will be around at 2 o'clock. But yes, no, there is no plans. I am not insinuating that in any way.
Secretly, Scott loves it, and he just doesn't want to say it out loud.
Yeah, we're at time. Thank you, everyone.
Woohoo!
Okay, so we've got 14 minutes to have a break. We'll get started at 4 o'clock with a KMod SIG update, an Infra SIG update, and an Apple Q&A, Apple Steering Committee Q&A. Hey, everybody. Check? Yep. We're going to get our next set of sessions started, so take a seat, or if you want to do hallway track, hallway.
So, yeah, I think it's working, so thanks.
Yeah,
And
just 1
welcome
second,
to
I'm
my
sorry.
talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about the KMod SIG, which was actually established in June 2021. So we are getting close to 5 years. And as this is the first talk since last time I was here and gave a talk was 2023. So it's already 3 years now. We're going to go through a little review and an update. The date at the beginning, well, some people might know why the start date, why it is in 2021. That's essentially when Stream started and CentOS Linux was gone. So that was one of the reasons starting the KMod SIG to actually provide kernel modules that are not included in CentOS Stream, because there used to be and still is another community project that's working on kernel modules for enterprise Linux called EL Repo, but they said, no, we won't support CentOS Stream, so we needed something else. Well, so here we are, some links for documentation, some links for resources. So we're probably one of the first SIGs that moved everything to GitLab, because, well, we didn't have much yet, so there was not much to move. Essentially started on GitLab ready. The original objectives down here when we started in June 2021. So kernel modules that are not available, some are just with restricted device support. These are the most easiest, we just rebuild them, done. Alma Linux nowadays is doing that in their own kernel. So on Alma Linux you don't need these, which is good for the users. But we also enable some intra-kernel modules that are otherwise not enabled, and do some backport sometimes, and out-of-tree modules. And of course some user-space tools, because some users asked us to also provide these. Because yes, there's Apple, but some people say they want to have everything as one source, and for some reasons they don't want to enable Apple on every server. I don't get why, but it seems like there's some people like that. Okay. Usually we support x86, ARM, and Power. Of course, some kernel modules are only available on some architectures, in particular that are there to support specific hardware. Okay, so the status of our original objectives are essentially, most of them are done. We got the kernel modules. We got the little extra that these kernel modules, compared to, I think, any other you get from anybody, can be installed parallel for multiple versions of your kernel, which is great if you reboot and the kernel does not boot. You can just switch to the old kernel and the modules are still there. That's great. Okay, we wanted to sign the kernel modules. That's not done yet. That's a good old topic, secure boot. I think we've heard it today at least once already. That's not done yet. User space tools are done. We added some additional objectives. At some point, we just said, okay, we support Stream, so let's just also support Enterprise Linux. Turned out it's just like, well, it's for free, essentially. It's just for free, so just let's do it. Because once you support Stream, you support Enterprise Linux. Because everything you already fixed, you fixed already anything that might turn up in Enterprise Linux a few months ahead. So that's great. That just took us, well, it was 2 months later already. Thanks to the infra SIG nowadays, or since August 2022, so the KMod SIG was not really involved in that work. It was Fabian who did that for us. For any KMod package we release, there's automatically going to be created a driver disk. So if you're going to install on somewhere, you need the driver during the installation. It's there for free. For us for free, for you, for everybody, it's just done by CBS automatically. It just detects that's a kernel module. Okay, I'm going to build a driver disk. Great. We add installability tests at some point, which is great. It took us some time, August 2025, that's late. And some people might realize that there was an email in September 2025 about usage of CI minutes on GitLab. Must be a coincidence. We also support nowadays, same month, the 64K variant of ARM. That's on Enterprise Linux 9 and 10. 8 doesn't have it, I think. No, 8. Yeah, it's always 64K, right. Thanks. Yeah, 8 is so old, I can't remember everything. Okay, so now some selected modules, just so you see. Obviously, these are not all we provide. Just that you get a little bit of a feel what is available and what might be available at some point. So we got a K-mod for AFS. That's actually enabled in Enterprise Linux 9 and 10, but not shipped by all distributions, in particular not by RHEL. Because for some reasons, it's stuck in the kernel module's partner sub-package. Somebody asked them for the module, they provide it, but support is done by a Red Hat partner. So they don't ship it. So what we essentially do, we package it for everybody that for some reason has no access. Okay, so that's an easy one, and not available for Enterprise Linux 8. The kernel is just too old. Simple as that. BudFS, Neil and David already talked about that. So we provided it once for EL9, but the backports at some point was just not feasible anymore, so we had to drop it. I think that's so far the only package we ever had to drop. We just had to say at some point, okay, we can't support it anymore, sorry. If there's somebody who needs BudFS for the EL9 stock kernel and wants to help, you're very much welcome. But as we know, Red Hat does a lot of backporting in the kernel, so that's not that easy. For virtual machines, we got the guest editions for VirtualBox. These are available for 9 and 10, but not for 8. Again, the kernel is too old. So these are simple ones. Then some new additions. We got an OpenVPN data channel offload. That was asked for by somebody, can't remember the name. This module is actually quite new. I think it was just introduced a few months ago in the upstream kernel. But there's an out-of-tree backport available, so that's what we package. But there's no user space tools yet, because I wanted to wait for the final release of OpenVPN 2.7 and not have the same situation as an Apple, where they are currently shipping on RC5 or something like that. Which is probably not the best solution, so I wanted to avoid that, so we are waiting a little bit. Okay, then a new addition is NVIDIA, the OpenGPU kernel module, obviously not the proprietary one. We are not allowed to ship that one. And there's something new, because so far we always just shipped a single version of a certain kernel module. With the NVIDIA kernel now we are shipping different branches. So we are shipping essentially any branch that is supported by NVIDIA, starting with the oldest, with the long support branch R535, and going through all of them. So R535, currently 570, still it's going to be end of life next month, the 580, and always shipping the latest new future branch as well. But no user space tools, because license, at least for most of them. And the main target here is CUDA. So not the desktop side, but if you want to use CUDA, you can actually use this kernel module, add the CUDA repo from NVIDIA, and you're good to go. Because they contain all the user space tools you need, but they are not building kernel modules for CentOS Stream. Okay, good. Oh, some numbers. Some nice numbers. So what we have in total. So always for each enterprise Linux, the S always means stream. So for K-mod SIG, you can easily see if a package was built for stream or for enterprise Linux, with the S at the end for the number. For enterprise Linux 8, we have most packages, 56, and then it's getting less and less. For some reason, the reason is simple. With 8, we had many old hardware drivers, which are kind of useless in 9 and in 10, because you won't be able to use that hardware anymore. Because as probably most of you know, with 9, the baseline hardware was switched to x86-64 V2. With 10, we are now at V3. So your old drivers, your old hardware is not working anyway, so there's no need for the kernel modules anymore. Now if we look at the builds, just in 2025, so just in 1 year, probably the larger numbers look a little scary. So we got 1,600 builds for Stream 9. What's now more interesting is the last column, because if we look there, for the Stream releases, because we always just build for the kernel that makes it to the mirrors, that means there's around about 30 composers that make it to the mirror in 2025. So that's something I can detect with that numbers. So it's actually not that often. Stream is not that often updated as some might think. For the enterprise Linux, the numbers kind of make sense as well, because there's always 2 minor releases every year, and for every minor release we rebuild everything, plus some additional stuff, so that's on average 3. And for EL8, well, there's not much going on anymore. The 8.10 was released in 2024, which means nowadays there's barely any rebuilds needed, because the kernel ABI is more or less stable. So the 39 rebuilds, the 39 builds are probably mostly NVIDIA, and the rare occasions like today, where a kernel update for Enterprise Linux 8 changes something and we have to rebuild something. But it also only happened to one package, coincidentally, today. And here just a remark for the total number of builds. We got 2,627 builds last year. So, well, I don't do that on my own. We need automation for that. And there was a talk by me 3 years ago how we do that. So probably 98% of all these builds just go through with me doing nothing, or anybody doing anything. It's just some CI kicking off a build in CBS, checking at the end if it's working. If it's working, it's fine, done. If it's not working, I get an email, so there's going to be an email, I have to check it. But that rarely happens. So I think for KMods, for kernel package modules, barely ever. Just the only thing we still do manually are out of 3 updates. So for example, the NVIDIA package, every time NVIDIA releases a new package that is not automated yet, or, well, it is automated, but it's a script running on my laptop currently. So I could automate that as well, but it's not worth it, they're not releasing that often. Okay. We added some new objectives to the original ones, and that's now a bigger one. Oh, now I forgot one thing I wanted to say. Because here's always, I said we are also supporting Enterprise Linux. There has been some fear that these packages might not work on Alma Linux, because they decided to change some stuff in the kernel. It works. They all work. And it's quite simple if you're interested. Let me see where I put it. Because if I look at now in the KMods CentOS stuff, and that's, okay, now I need Wi-Fi. Is it working? Okay, of course Wi-Fi is dead now. It says it's working. Okay, it's just slow. And it's large. So these are all public. If I go for KABI, we are tracking the kernel ABI for all Enterprise Linux releases, Stream releases, and Alma Linux. So Alma Linux is in there. Every distribution has its own branch. So RHEL is still called C10. So like it used to be, C10 is RHEL, and there's an A10 somewhere. So I could just compare C10 to A10, and you would only see additions in A10. So all kernel modules still work. So just to say that, because I've read somewhere that people claim it's not working anywhere, that's bullshit. They're all working. Simple as that. Okay. So now to the new objective we added. Building kernel module packages is fun, but sometimes it's not. We've seen already with BudFS, it's sometimes not feasible to backport anymore, but we still want BudFS on Enterprise Linux 9. So we started building a kernel. We are now building own kernels with additional features enabled. These are all based on Fedora's kernel configuration. So anything enabled for Fedora is enabled in these kernels, and sometimes some additional stuff. But we try to keep the difference small as possible. And it's not only one kernel release that's supported, but the most recent stable kernel and supported long-term releases. So there's more than one kernel, but because there's limited resources, we stripped out some stuff. So there's no debug, there's no real-time, there's no 64K variant. All these variants and the combinations of them are all kicked out. So it's just the generic Fedora kernel that most people run. So everything else is kicked out, just to avoid further increasing the resource requirements, because already building different kernels, so new kernels, because usually they are all released simultaneously, so sometimes I think we have like 10 kernel builds in CBS at the same time. So, again, we support all 3 major architectures, so once RISC-V is ready, maybe we're going to build for RISC-V, but I think that's in the far, far distance. Maybe I'm going to talk about that in 3 years. Okay. So just down here, just wrote down the reasons. So the backporting not feasible anymore. Some features can simply not be backported, and that was my personal main driver for that, because I got a new laptop, just the laptop right here, and, well, I needed a new kernel. That's one of the reasons. Simply as that, so I just started building kernels, and this is still my daily testing of the most recent kernel, so I'm still running always the most recent kernel just built in CBS. Can even check that. Should be simple. Or probably, well, that's now the check when I last rebooted the machine. Because it's probably not running. It's obviously not running the most recent. It's probably like 6.18.5. We're currently at 6.8.7, so probably 2 weeks. It's probably 2 weeks since I last rebooted my laptop. Well, that's fine. That's not too bad. It's about every week, roundabout. Now it's more or less 3 weeks because we're getting close to the next release. Yeah, 2 to 3 weeks is close enough. Good enough guess. Okay, so I already said we are supporting multiple releases of the kernel. So now the question is, which ones do we support? And probably you want to know, can I expect that to still be supported? So we came up with some scheme which are supported. And that's 2 first lines. So all long-term kernels initially released during full support phase of the enterprise Linux are supported. So that makes a total of 5 LTS kernels per enterprise Linux. Yeah, so that, I just talked about resources. The latest stable, because we got the stable as well, so that would be 6. No, the latest stable kernel we release only the latest kernel up to the latest supported long-term release. So there's never more than 5. At least. So we stop with the last one. So you can expect around 9.9 when RHEL 9.9 is released. The next LTS is going to be the last kernel we're going to release for EL9, and no newer kernel ever. Simply as that. We are still updating, obviously, the old ones. So here's the example for Enterprise Linux 9. So there's currently 6.1, 6.6, 6.12, 6.18, and we're going to add this year's long-term release. At the end, 7 dot something probably. 7 dot something probably. Okay. But obviously, these gonna still receive updates as long as they are supported upstream. And with upstream, I mean upstream, no CIP or whatever. Upstream, kernel.org. Anything else is not upstream. Okay. We also added some testing there for the kernels. So installability is first test. Again, only on x86 and ARM, because these are the only 2 architectures GitLab is supporting in their runners. They're not supporting Power. And we also boot a kernel in a virtual machine that's using the community resources Stuffy, which is currently also limited, I think, still to x86 and ARM, but soon it's going to be added again. So the last one, we're probably soon going to add Power again, hopefully. Okay, see the next talk. See next talk, so probably soon. Okay. And here, just an overview, what versions we currently support. So Enterprise Linux 8 is now not anymore in the full support phase, so there's no mainline kernel anymore, but there's still, for EL8, we have still 6.1 and 6.6. For Enterprise Linux 9, we already went through everything. And for 10, the first long-term support was 6.18. And here, just the last line is just here, because we are currently once again in this state that the latest stable is also the latest long-term release. So yes, EL9 and EL10 are going to get 6.19 once it's released. Probably next weekend. So in about 10 days probably, I think. Okay. But that's just an overview. And then I'm already getting close to the end of my talk, so I probably was a little bit too fast, but that's fine. So, just for communication, if you think there's any kernel module missing, So I've shown you a list of stuff we currently provide. If you think there's something missing, please just come to me. Talk to me, because if the source code is available, that's always the first step. Source code needs to be available. The license needs to allow us to distribute the kernel module. Once these two are cross-checked, it's usually quite simple to add a kernel module. And once it's added, it's also part of the automation, so it's going to be rebuilt automatically with every single kernel release. And usually you don't have to do anything after the initial adding. If there are some features you're missing in one of the kernels we provide, same stuff, especially if it's just like for some configuration replacing the N with an Y. That's simple stuff, we can do that. Otherwise, if you're not sure, just join us in our matrix room. Usually there's some people answering, mainly me answering. Okay, questions? Yeah, it was a little too fast, sorry.
No, it's perfect.
So you mentioned that the kernels you're doing now are kind of following the Fedora config. I've heard a similar thing from Hyperscale. How different are is the Hyperscale kernel and the KMod SIG kernel?
Hyperscale is following enterprise. They are enterprise Linux flavored.
Following the Fedora kernel config.
So the difference between what Peter does and what I do is that I take the ARC source tree, I use the rel config, and I layer on top the things that we want from the Fedora config. So we start from the rel base and do this. And the reason we do this is because our focus is that we want to maintain nearly 100% compatibility with the way that the user space is configured in rel and CentOS Stream. Whereas when you do the Fedora config exclusively, you run the risk of slight incompatibilities from the user space that was compiled with the rel kernel header ABI. So in practice, this is probably not an issue, but like for my particular case, especially dealing with things like systemd and whatnot, I wanted to make sure that we matched internal UAPI-wise as much as possible. But they're not wrong approaches. They have different approaches to getting the same problem solved.
Yeah, so different. And yes, so the original spec file was also the same as ARC, but I stripped out a lot of stuff. So essentially anything that has to do anything with variants or flavors, if you want to call them, gone, and that already, you're able to kick out a lot of stuff once you remove these. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to hear when I'm able to test again on power. Thanks, guys.
All right then. Yeah, I'm on. Our next talk will be Fabian talking about infra, the infra SIG. So as soon as he's set up, we'll roll right into that. Go ahead and start. Everybody, please welcome Fabian to give us a InfraSig update.
Don't upload yet. The talk is really boring. I was not expecting that amount of people in the room after a coffee break, by the way. So let's start with the InfraSig updates. First, mandatory slide, who am I? Well, you can pick a random title. David had a new name, a suggestion for me, which would be Vice President of Nothing, which is a good one for infrastructure usually. But more seriously, I'm the sysadmin person for CentOS Infra, and I realized when I was preparing the slide that I started my contribution to CentOS project in 2006. So that's entering 20 years. And that's why I say it's boring now. So we'll not really dive into details about sysadmin stuff, but if you are interested and you have questions, we have plenty of interesting time in the hallway track discussion. So we'll discuss about what we do as an infra SIG, basically so for the other SIGs in the CentOS ecosystem, what we did for 2025, what is coming back in our face for 2026, and if we have time, question and answer at the end. So our main role is that if you look at a project, clearly, at one point or another, every contributor to CentOS needs to rely on some part of infrastructure to produce some artifacts. Except if you just want to talk about things but never do anything, you need an infra. And even if you just want to talk, you stay in a mailing list or whatever, so you still rely on infra. So our main goal is to, and I'm wearing two hats at the same time. As a Red Hat employee, I have to maintain, the InfraSig is maintaining the CentOS Stream infrastructure, which you can see publicly, but you can't interact with it because that infrastructure is restricted to Red Hat employee. And as SIGs from the community, special interest group, you can interact with CBS, which is another one. And we support the build system, but also the CI system. I will mention it because we had to completely change it last year. And the mirror network and the CDN network, of course, so that your artifacts, the image, the package you compose, are publicly available everywhere. And yes, of course, every project needs a website, so we need to ensure that there is a website and lights on the website itself. And mailing list, even if these days people don't use mailing list a lot, I should say. So let's start with, basically I just copy-paste my slide from last year because that was my roadmap, and now I can say after 1 year what we did, and which we ticked all the box for what we said that we would be busy with. So of course the maintenance part, because it's not because we have a project that we don't need to maintain what we have. As sysadmin, this is the most crucial part, I think, maintaining what you have, updating, patching, verifying the hardware, everything that is needed. And if we do our job correctly, you don't notice. You don't notice that we've done it correctly. We worked on new deliverables. This is really a small step, but I will mention it because it has some added value. We work on revisiting and porting our Ansible role, which are all public on GitHub if you want to have a look, to support Stream 10 and EL10. Everything was smooth. The only one that needed a little bit of attention, so more than 2 days, was converting everything, the logic from IP tables to NF tables natively. But it was all ported. And last but not least, DC move. If you are part of the Fedora/CentOS/Red Hat ecosystem, you know that Fedora had to move everything from one DC to the other. And because we are tied to Fedora for authentication, we had to move also everything CentOS to another data center. So I will cover that in detail. And the other thing I will mention briefly is how we are finally, we got rid of Pagure, so git.centralog is gone forever, and we migrated to GitLab. So I'll start with something that looks a little bit small. This is something that started as a meetup last year at Connect. There was a cloud meetup, and the OKD folks, so Dennis, asked me, do you think that it's possible that Stream CoreOS, which is built, can be made available to the CDN so that people can start using Stream CoreOS outside of OKD, and OKD can then point to these public images. So we just revisit completely the way we were distributing the cloud image, and thanks to AWS, we decided to just go with CloudFront, and we are using different origin at the back. But that means that outside of the distribution public images and for the cloud images, we have now the Stream CoreOS images available and available to your nearest mirror thanks to AWS. And I just mentioned it because it's really a small step, but it shows the added value of such event and venue and conferences, because it's really like, oh, by the way, I see you, can we talk for 5 minutes? And it comes with an artifact directly in the week after. So that's a reminder that if you are part of a special interest group and you have some crazy ID, there is no crazy ID, don't be shy. Reach out to infra and maybe we can make something happen, or not, but at least the conversation is ongoing. So the thing that keep me busy, or us, because Greg was also busy so for the Fedora counterpart, was DC moves. If you have good automation, and we rely fully on Ansible to do that, that should be really straightforward. But there is also some part of bureaucracy for the machine, just to order machine and so on and so on. So that's time consuming. But the first one we did, we started in collaboration with the Fedora folks when they migrated themselves everything from EAD2, so that's the name of the data center, to RDU3. And we need to do that at the same time as Fedora, because if you go to accounts.centos.org or id.centos.org, you know that you are using Fedora account system at the back. It's IPA. So we need to be really close to that infra and move at the same time as Fedora forks. And of course, at the same time, we tested automation to migrate from RHEL 8 to RHEL 9 for Epsilon and so on, and various proxies. But that was the easy part. Then we took time just to revisit a little bit the strategy about the other part, which is like moving from what was known as community cage, so RDU2, to RDU3, and embracing more the hybrid cloud. So just verify what was really needed to run on-prem in the data center versus what we could use, or I'd say abuse, from AWS cloud. And that's what we did. So as a kind of reminder for CentOS, majority of the hardware that we run was hosted in Community Cage, and that was for the Tier 0 mirror network, so where all the composes, that's the main distribution point. For the distribution itself, so for CentOS Stream, but also for the special interest group, everything was coming from that place and spread to the mirror network. Next to the community build system that we have also. Some proxies, Mailman, and CI infra, but I will mention CI in a different slide. So if you have a very good side, you can see this is the current situation in CBS, where we embraced that hybrid cloud strategy. And thanks to AWS, the move was really easy because we just needed to run with low capacity on-prem, and everything was deployed to the cloud. Isolated, fully isolated for the builder, because you don't want any Koji builder to access anything, and surely not internet. But this is a setup at the moment. So we have on-prem machine, we have remote machine, and for the remote machine in AWS, we support what AWS supports, so x86 builder as EC2 and ARM64. Everything goes through local caching for the build root, because it needs to retrieve the package from a build root. It's more or less cached in AWS at this time, but coming from the main data center. If you have a look at the data center, storage solution is classical one. This is a NetApp, which is at the moment shared with Fedora. We have different storage, LAN and VLAN network. Everything is isolated, but it's consolidated storage solution. And if you have a look, we needed to keep some builder locals. Well, some for x86 and ARM64 that will probably be used for a specific channel. I will explain that later. But also for other architecture that, don't exist in AWS. So PB64LE. So we took the opportunity with Fedora just to consolidate all the hardware for IBM Power to IBM Power 10. So Fedora, starting from 2025, and CentOS 6 PB64LE package are built on top of Power 10. And these ones are hosted on-prem, of course. And if you already noticed, RISC-V, but that's coming in another slide. We still, thanks to also IBM, have the S390X machine available and sponsored by IBM through Linux One project that we remotely use. That is also limited in capacity to what it can reach through VPN, but we have that situation at the moment. And I think that when we migrate the whole thing, the downtime was like less than 40 minutes. So, and that's just the time needed for the last storage synchronization and the backup of Postgres and reimport back, and then everything was moved for DNS CNAME change. The other one that we had to do was CentOS CI. So if you are a member of the special interest group, you know that you have automatically access to some CI resources. Peter was mentioning Duffy. Duffy is the name of the API services that we expose, and you can, as a tenant, request some machine on the fly, provision for you. So a long time ago, we were provisioning a really bare metal machine on-prem those machines are gone forever. We migrate everything to AWS. And good thing is that we still provide bare metal because few people know that AWS still supports bare metal. And for really specific case, you can be granted on limited time access to a bare metal machine. And the image is like stream 9, stream 10, and you can do whatever you want on top. The automotive SIG, for example, is abusing that just to build and speed their build system up when they want to test artifacts coming from AutoSD, for example. We also provide access to OpenShift setup with your dedicated namespace. All that tied to accounts at CentOS, so FAS, with a FAS group. And if you are a member of a group, automatically in FAS, so SIG, you have access to that, nothing to request. We needed to still keep a VPN with RDU 3, and that's the part that interested Peter. I don't know where Peter. So when we shuffle machine around for PP64LE, we migrate to Power 10. That means that we can then reuse the Power 9 that were used in the past. So these machines are now available since, I think, just beginning of January. Operational in dedicated CI VLAN in the new DC. Priority was just to enable CentOS Stream testing composes for PP64LE, so that's done. Now that's done, after this conference, I have a kind of, it's on my to-do list to just enable PP64LE native, because QEMU, you could just like do PP64LE emulation, but it's better to do your test on native machine, and you will get that soon-ish, depending on priorities, but yes, it's on the list. The other one that kept us a little bit busy was the migration to GitLab. And thanks to the Fedora community, when they were evaluating the need to switch from Pagure to something else, one possible target was GitLab. Finally, they opted for Forjo, but they had a proof of concept for a script to migrate everything from Pagure to GitLab. So not only, of course, the Git contents, but the merge request or the ticket, for example. And that's what we use for the SIGs that wanted to migrate from one to the other, and all the history is there. So I think that for hyperscale, they need to migrate this next week. Is that correct, Neil? Okay. Perfect. We didn't want to lose anything in that migration, so you know that Git.CentOS was the main point where Red Hat was shipping the source in the past for RHEL 7 and RHEL 8 and Stream up to a point. And we didn't want to lose that, of course, with the migration. So everything was archived, moved and archived read-only to GitLab for historical reason, but everything is there. Because we eat our own dog food, we needed to move our tracker also to GitLab, which we did. And at the same time we migrated, we were, let's say, encouraged to switch to Agile, even for sysadmin work. So we have, and you can see that on the fly, we have like our board with, that's called a cadence and iteration in GitLab, but that's the sprint. So you can see if, as a SIG, you want to request something, you see what is in the backlog, when it's prioritized, and when it's supposed to be worked on, because we review that every 2 weeks. We have a 2 weeks cadence. So what is on the roadmap for 2026? Well, DC Move, the return, that's a sequel. After we migrate everything for Community Cage, for community, well, we have to again do it, but this time for the internal one, the internal build system for CentOS Stream. So that part, and I see Troy smiling because he's happy that I will be doing it and not him. So we have to do it. You can also follow, but that's a different tracker. So this is where I have to juggle with 2 trackers. Switch from GitLab to issue.redhat.com, depending on which hat I'm wearing during the day. But you can follow the work there. Hopefully, we gain experience from the last DC move, so we'll probably do it the same way. Same again is isolated, different infra, but we'll do it the same way. I mentioned it already. PP64LE support for Duffy, so request natively. Machine. Duffy is like your main entry point for this. You can ask for x86 ARM64, it will be redirected to a machine in AWS, and if you ask PP64LE, that will be on the internal VPN between AWS and RDU 3. When we migrated to GitLab, there was an unexpected issue that we had, a reminder from GitLab about, hey, CentOS folks, you are nice people. It's nice to really abuse our runners, but can you verify the compute minute because you still have a quota and you are almost reaching the quota? So I had a look, and it was mostly came out because they are so efficient with their automation and CI that it was triggering so many compute time on the GitLab runner, the GitLab runner. And so we have a ticket open, it's in the backlog, but of course we had to prioritize it, and we have plenty of fires to fight initially. But the plan is to switch to hosted and dedicated GitLab runners for CentOS SIGs, and we can clearly abuse our Duffy machine for that. So two options. We'll probably have machine hosted that we host ourselves as GitLab runner, and you can also abuse this machine to request Duffy machine. Because one thing with GitLab runner is that I know that the automotive SIG was doing that. They were just using that to request machine from Duffy. But from a GitLab perspective, it's still compute time, even if you just use one intermediate machine to ask for others in our own infra. So we would like to move that so that it's not calculated in our sponsored GitLab account. Yes, Jeff? At the moment, yes. I discussed with Pingu. But at the moment, it's really under control, thanks to Peter having just slow down his usage on GitLab. So that's fine. That's the reason why suddenly it's like in the backlog, but like not priority one. But yes, I discussed with Pingu, and that's the idea, that we switch to that so that we clearly don't have a problem anymore. That would not, because I think that at one point, one was, you are the two biggest users, AutoOSD, well, Automotive SIG and Game-Out SIG, and they were fighting with each other for compute time 1 month. I think it was in November. So, yeah, Davide? Yes, that's the idea, because I knew that you were also interested. That's the reason why I would like to do it and propose that as under the SIG Council to say, hey, this is a solution for all the SIGs. You are free to use it or not, but it will be there and available for you to consume. And that supports also multiple architecture, because if we go that through Duffy, you can request PP64LE, which GitLab Runner will never do anyway. So that's a win-win. I really edited that slide just before because it was raised so many times in the last 2 days that I needed to do it. Secure boot for specific groups to be determined because we don't know yet. The SIG Council has to really find a solution that can be worked on. I mean, technical solution we have, but secure boot is much more than just technical solution. We need to find a political statement around it for CentOS itself and then the SIGs, because that's two different things. So should we have a kind of statement about what we want to do, there would be some infra work for us on the infra SIG to do, because at the moment there is nothing that is there just to sign for SIGs, kernel at build time, and grub, and FW update. So these are the packages that are concerned. That was on the roadmap. That's still on the roadmap. RISC-V enablement for CentOS Stream 10. So Troy announced it that under the ISA SIG umbrella, they would like to build in public on the community build system CentOS Stream 10. And it will be a long process because RISC-V is not the most powerful architecture on Earth, so it will take time and time and time. When it will be done, the machine will be hosted in the community build system, meaning that you, the SIGs, automatically will be able to request build tag and builds for and against RISC-V natively. That's the benefit of doing that in the community build system to rebuild CentOS Stream 10 itself. The builders are there. So that was on the roadmap, but because it seems that I was really bored last week, and the machines were finally racked. The machines are up and attached to Koji. So this is all done. And up and running, and just waiting for build to happen. The build tag for ISA SIG are there. We are just waiting for a kind of internal bootstrap repository that CBS can use. It's there, but I had no time in the train to work on it, so that will be when I will be back home, I guess, on next Monday or Tuesday. But it's there, so clearly we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we'll get more machine. These machines are, I would say, development board, put in a case, in a rack. So that's usable, but not the most powerful machine, so that will take time. And that's already the end of my talk, it seems. So if you have questions, it might be that I have answers. Yes, Jeff? We'll wait for the microphone.
I arrived at the end of your CentOS Stream CoreOS announcement, or said that it was up and running. Is that using Bootsy, or is that just using the OS tree composes that are being done for Fedora CoreOS and Realm CoreOS?
Last year, what they built was still the RPM OS 3 variant, so the classical CoreOS, but Dennis told me that the one they built for CentOS Stream 10 switched to Bootsy for image mode directly.
Okay.
So that's a question for Dennis. He's not in the room, but
I was talking to Dennis before I came back in here, so I walked away from the person that could answer the question.
then we can go back to Dennis and ask him the status, right?
Yeah.
But yes, and we discussed also their workflow to push more updates and frequent images out, because the mechanics are there, the infrastructure is there, the CDN is there, so it's just a matter of for them just to compose more and push more, but it's there, yes. But for Stream 10, I'm almost 100% sure that it's Bootsy.
Okay. And has anybody reached out and said that they're actually using it, or are we just making it?
That was my question to Dennis, because I'd like to get feedback, because it's nice to put infrastructure and artifact out, but we don't get, because the OKD community is not in the same community as the one using classical, let's say, CentOS Linux or CentOS Stream. So we know it's there because they request, and usually StreamCoreOS was used more like transparently by OKD to deploy OKD cluster. So I don't know if we have really user using StreamCoreOS just for the sake of StreamCoreOS as immutable system outside of OKD deployment or Minishift or whatever.
Okay. Is there a variant for Podman Machine so that you can have a CentOS OS running on Podman Machine?
That's a very good question. I think that Adam at one point was on Podman Machine, so maybe he has an answer.
I know you can do it.
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering if somebody does, right? Okay. Yeah. You're not going to know any more than I will, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Other question?
Couple of questions on the hybrid cloud setup. Are you spinning the EC2 builders on demand, or are you using statically allocated ones?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
From CBS, I saw
Yes.
you can use builders on Amazon. Are you spinning those on the fly, or are you using statically allocated
No,
ones?
these one are pre-deployed because of Ansible, but it's easy to scale out, or just reduce on the fly if needed, because it's like easy. At the moment, I just had a look at the numbers, and that fits our needs, so we don't need to, but it's easy to scale out. Same for the instance type. At the moment, we just decided to go with what it would be the same kind of ratio for core and memory, so that it's equivalent on all the architecture, apart from RISC-V, which is like a different kind of slower beast. But we have more or less the same. So, but we can clearly change that, should we eventually. Like at the moment, nobody. The SIGs, which is producing that needs probably the more core, at the moment when I have a look at statistics, is the storage SIG when they rebuild Ceph. Because Ceph is a beast to rebuild, and so clearly they can abuse like very large machine if needed, but so far nobody complained. And when we migrate to, so a mix of EC2 instance, the one we picked was, I don't remember by heart, I should have a look. But clearly we also, for on-prem machine, we migrate to newer machine because the one in CBS were like really, really, really old machine. So clearly we saw a bump in the speed to build the packages. And same for PPC when we moved to Power 10, clearly. So.
Cool. My other question was on the storage front. Have you looked at leveraging like S3 or EFS or whatever's available on the cloud side for some of the storage needs? instead of just an NetApp.
At the moment, Koji needs a shared storage, and NFS is probably the easiest one that Koji can consume. I don't think you want me to set up a CIFS share just for Koji as a shared file system. So NFS is clearly the one to use.
Oh, no, but you can get, I think there's like managed NFS in Amazon as well if you.
Oh, yes. Well, that's called, in Amazon, that's called EFS.
Yeah, that's right.
We use EFS for the OpenShift setup. So if you have an namespace, your persistent volume are coming from Amazon EFS. So yes, that's possible. But at the moment, I mean, I prefer still to have the artifacts on-prem next to the Fedora one in case of suddenly Amazon would say, like, should something happen to David and so the next person say, hey, I don't like you anymore, bye-bye. We still have something like minimal viable environment on-prem and scale out to the cloud. That's why I mentioned hybrid cloud and not like move everything to the cloud and then without notification, like, oh, bye-bye. So now it's like the best of both worlds.
Cool. Thank you.
Question from Sheriff.
So actually, I have a couple of questions. So I saw that you moved all the code from Bagger to Get.CentOS, which is to GitLab. There was any plans to evaluate something like Forgeo, for example, like what Fedora is doing at the moment?
No, and I mean, from a community perspective, I understand that there is some kind of question because, hey, Fedora decided to go for Forgeo, and CentOS, which is like normally close enough to Fedora, decided to go to GitLab. This was a board decision, the CentOS board decision. So the board decided to migrate to GitLab just to be closer to RHEL because the whole RHEL development happened on GitLab. And you can see that, GitLab.com, Red Hat, CentOS Stream, RPM, so everything is done there. So the CentOS board wanted to be closest to RHEL development workflow, then Fedora would decide to just leave what was there and decide to go with Forgeo. So I would say that Fedora people decided to do the opposite, so leave what was existing already.
Okay, so my second question now regarding the build system. So was there all the talks about Conflex, which is now CentOS being closer to RHEL, are you going to start planning to move away from Koji, or how this is going to work, or no plan yet?
That's a very good question, thanks. Yeah, if you were there last year, Mike, who is normally there, gave a talk about Conflux. The state of Conflux at the moment for CentOS Stream is that it's not there yet, but there is work in progress, and I'm pretty sure that because Troy has a talk about the status of Stream tomorrow, yes. Yeah, for Stream. For community build system, personally, I don't see any added value in Conflux. So and nobody from the SIGs ever requested that Tecton pipeline insane YAML thing. So it's like, if people want it, I can raise a ticket and justify why you need it. But so far, Koji does a great job about what we want to build. The state of Conflux for Stream would be anyway that you import everything back into Koji. So you just replace KojiD with some builder somewhere else in a Tecton pipeline, and you import everything into Koji as of today. That's the reason why I don't see why it would be interesting. That would be a lot of work to maintain a Conflux, which is OpenShift, versus what we have at the moment. And believe me, I have already enough on my plate.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Other question? Okay, thank you.
All right, we just have one session left, and it's going to be an Apple Steering Committee Q&A, so we'll get, I think, 4 people up here mic'd and ready. Not enough, so you guys will have to pass mics. And we probably want one for people to run out to the audience, right? So,
Real person still.
You're a real person still. Where's the mic that got run? So I think
Is there a strategic ordering?
No, I just picked the empty seat and
Hello.
Here's a mic. Sorry, as I show my backside to the camera. You guys can just back up.
We can pass around the thing card.
We can,
So we don't have any
Test.
specific content for this. I just
Sure.
scheduled it as a Q&A session. So it'll either go really quickly or really long, I think. Depends on how many questions y'all have.
It also could go really well and really badly.
Yeah.
Can you explain what a panel is first?
Sure. So EPEL, if anyone doesn't know, is Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux. It's Fedora packages rebuilt to work on CentOS and RHEL. I guess we can do a quick round of introductions for ourselves. Troy, do you want to start?
sure. I'm Troy Dawson. Okay, I am the EPEL committee chair, but that doesn't give me any extra privileges. That just means I run the meeting.
That sounds like an extra
Yeah, that is a privilege.
Okay. I get all these wonderful extra privileges. Actually, I get to write it on my thing.
Yeah.
I do like doing that.
I'm Davide. I've been on the PESCO for, 2 cycles? I don't remember. A while. I wear many hats. I work at Meta. You have your own mic.
My name is Carl George. Been on the EPEL steering committee for a couple of years. I don't remember how many long. I work at Red Hat, and before working on, my team at Red Hat actually is focused just on EPEL and like long-term improvements we can do. That's separate from the steering committee, but me and my teammate are the only people that are actually paid to work on EPEL. Everyone else is volunteer work on EPEL.
Hi, I'm Neil. I do stuff in some of the different spaces, and part of that is I hang around with the EPEL people and try to hopefully make things happen in a good way. And I've been doing this for, I don't know what, a few years now, at least since the shutdowns. So that's been a while. Yeah, so I try to be a little bit more personally about aligning Fedora and EPEL more closer when it comes to stuff like this. It tends to be the area of focus when we have policy discussions and stuff like that. Try to make things easier for Fedora people to come into the EPEL space and participate and contribute to it.
Quick question. How many of you are on also one of the Fedora boards? Because aren't you on FESCO?
Yes, I'm on FESCO.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Are you on one, Carl?
Not a board, but the Fedora Packaging Committee.
Packaging committee, that's what it
Which
is.
Neil's also on.
Yeah, I forget about that.
Oh, yeah, you're on that one too.
Yes.
I'm on a bunch of SIGs, but no other leadership bodies in Fedora. Oh,
Not yet.
I'm on a bunch of SIGs, but no other leadership bodies in Fedora.
Okay. It was just a question I had.
So we probably shouldn't just ask questions to ourselves and open it up to audience questions.
Yes.
Yes.
If you don't have any, I do have a couple for these guys.
Yes, we can just chat for a while until people think of their questions.
So this is Troy interviews a PESCO now.
There's, oh, wait, there's another mic. Carl, you can't answer you can't answer the question if you've got the mic.
I mean, I'm going to ask probably the most basic question, which is, what have you accomplished this past year, and what were your expectations, and did you feel like you met them?
I can take that one.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carl's done a lot this past year.
It helps being able to focus on it for my job.
Yes.
So in EPEL 10, we started doing minor versions, which is a big radical thing. It's an idea that's come up. I look back through a lot of the mailing archives, and the idea has come up several times before, and it was always, we don't have enough time and resources to actually implement that, but it'd be really, really cool if we could. We sort of started targeting different minor versions with EPEL Next in 8 and 9, but in a weird backwards way that we realized that was obvious in hindsight, not so much at the time. With EPEL 10, we started targeting minor versions specifically. So right now, EPEL 10.2 builds against CentOS Stream 10 and results in 10.2 builds in Bodhi, and then those later can be used on RHEL 10.2 when that releases later this year, or used on CentOS now. Maintainers can also build for EPEL 10.1 to do updates for packages for RHEL specifically right now, which is still on 10.1, or any of the RHEL derivatives that are trying to match the minor versions there. What we've accomplished around that, we started that with the launch of EPEL 10 December 2024. Throughout 2025, and then what we worked on was all of the automation around doing mass branching. We've gotten most of that into Ansible playbooks now. We're working on getting the documentation set up, so that way not just my team can do it, but let's say me and my team got laid off tomorrow, anyone in Fedora release engineering could step in and run the playbooks and have it all done and working correctly, so that way we're not so load-bearing. Automate ourselves out of a job.
You're always load-bearing to me.
Package, other than infrastructure, what other things are we proud about in Apple in the last year?
So 2025, yeah, we can go this way. KDE 6 for Apple 10 was my biggest thing, and well, you guys saw my demo. It just works. I love KDE 6, and that's not because I built it, but it's great. That's what I'm most proud of that I know I did this year. So I'll pass it to you.
I would say in general, I feel like we're in a much better shape, process and policy-wise. It is significantly easier these days to get things branched for Appel, whether the maintainer is cooperative or not. There's far fewer scenarios where things get gummed up. So as somebody that ends up having to branch a lot of random packages on short notice, this has worked very well. These have worked very well, and at the same time, we've managed to, I think, keep a decent quality bar for the things we do maintain in Appel.
When do we add the stalled policy, stalled Apple package requests?
I don't remember. But
And we started doing the stalled packages policy like during the 9 bring up, but we refined it and I think unified it with the Fedora policy as part of 10.
Recap what that is. We know
Yeah.
what stalled is. But
Yeah. So one of the big policy changes that occurred a couple years ago was we needed a way to deal with packages that were effectively someone was stepping in to maintain it for Apple, but there was no way to get the conversation started to enable to get the process so people could do it. So we created the stalled process, stalled package request process, which basically was a declaration that you tried really hard some more, and you still couldn't make any forward progress. So release engineering, please help me out, step in and give me my branch, please. And so that was basically what this turned into, and it used to be a little bit more longer and had more steps in it, but over the course of the past couple of years, we refined it and simplified it, and then Fedora wound up having similar problems in a slightly different way, and with this cycle, I think we actually unified the two processes. So now it's the same process for when you have a stalled request with Fedora as well as with Apple.
I think for this year it stood out more because when 9 came up, we didn't have it.
Yes, we had to make it up as we went.
And then for 10 was the first time we had it at a time when a lot of packages were needed.
Mm-hmm.
And so we saw it a lot more. But good question, thank you.
Something that came up during the Apple Hackfest earlier today was that how does this compare to the non-responsive maintainer process in Fedora? And the way I usually summarize it is that's a really big hammer that usually ends up with the maintainer that's not responding, which could be any number of reasons, busy at work, busy with life, vacation, anything. But if they're not responsive for a long enough time, the Fedora non-responsive maintainer policy results in all of their packages being orphaned, which is very aggressive and should be avoided if you can. Try every option you can to get a hold of the maintainer. And for just simply, not making any changes, but just adding another branch in dist-git, that was way overkill. And that's why we started the Apple stalled process to have a smaller hammer than that big hammer.
And this was also adapted as a process for Fedora to help add co-maintainers when the main maintainer is not necessarily responsive in a timely fashion. Because, again, like I said, it was a slightly different version of this problem, but it basically boiled down to something needed to be done, the person was trying to contribute, they had pull requests open or whatever, and essentially nothing was happening, and there needed to be a way to unblock it without kicking the packager out of all of their stuff. So it comes up in different ways, but it essentially was the same problem, and it's nice to have a uniform process that covers all of that.
Any other questions? Okay.
This is going to be very short if nobody asks anything.
Well, I still have my list of questions. So.
Oh, okay, good.
So, what about documentation? Are there places?
We'll have to all right. So I think
Actually, this year,
did a
that one
lot on
person
this.
somebody in our community, and I forgive them for forgetting their name, did a lot of work on our documentation, redid
Why do
it.
you forgive them for you forgetting their name? Shouldn't you forgive yourself?
No, because I'm to blame. Anyway, somebody did a really good job of reordering our documentation, going, because what we had before was basically tacked on, and so it didn't make sense. They reorganized it, same
I think you're
pages.
talking about Petter from the Sealy Docs team.
Thank you, Petter. Sorry for forgetting that it was
Remember
you.
if he's here.
Was that Petter?
Is Petter here?
Yeah, it was Petter.
Wave and take
Oh.
a bow if you are.
Anyway, it's a lot better, but it's still not the best.
A long ways to go, I think.
I think also, I think one of the gaps we kind of have, although this gap has closed a little bit in recent years, is when we have a policy delta with Fedora, which doesn't happen too often, which is why it is a little on the thin side. But when it does happen, we're not necessarily the most responsive about making sure that delta is documented, and that can be problematic sometimes.
I think in general we do a decent job at documenting policy stuff. We could probably improve the user-facing side of like how do you as a user interface with Appel. Also, the other thing is some of the more like arcane stuff I think is still buried into the FAQ that could probably merit like a top-level document. Like I'm thinking, for example, we have a policy that if RHEL ships a thing but doesn't ship a sub-package, you can ship the sub-package in Appel as its own -Appel package, that every time I have to look it up because it's pretty contorted, that would probably benefit being its own top-level document.
I hope we don't have to do that very often.
Once or twice a year.
That was actually my follow. My next question in this long line of questions is can you talk a little bit more about the process of the
We can
consumption of
put
a
you to a
package into
URL.
RHEL? Yeah, and then what the responsibilities and the maintainers are that you expect as a result of that.
There is a URL for that. Do you want me to do a quick step through of what? And this happened at the beginning of 10 too, because it happened a lot. Because a lot of the 10 maintainers pulled in the packages, expecting them to.
Can I interject real quick, Troy?
Yeah.
One thing to make clear, in case anyone's newer to Apple,
yeah.
is that what we're getting at is that Apple stands for Extra Packages for Enterprise Linux, and the key thing is there is the extra. Apple doesn't want to duplicate or conflict with anything in RHEL or CentOS itself. So whenever something gets added to a RHEL, either in a new major version or a new minor version, we need to take steps to remove that conflict.
Thank you. Important context. Thank you very much. When RHEL was made, a lot of the RHEL package maintainers brought over the package and expected them to be like 9, and a lot of them were, but sometimes things got lost along the way, and they didn't even notice that they were missing packages. Like usually we call missing devel packages, but it isn't always just that. But that's the majority of them. So the step one was open a bug, because maybe the package maintainer doesn't even know, and they will try to fix it. If there's 3 things that might happen. A, nothing. You don't get any response. Ping them again every week or 2. 2, they say, no, we are not going to ship this. Okay, so there's 4 things. We are not going to ship this. It was deliberate. And for those 2 things, if you don't get any response and they say, no, we're not going to do that, we have a Apple package policy. We can look at, we do have documentation on this, and you make basically a package that's like food-apple that has those missing sub-packages. The third thing is they say, yes, I'm going to do it, but hey, it's not going to happen until 10.2, and this is early 10.1, and you have to decide if you want to go through the pain of, it's not that bad, but a pain, yeah, depends on the package. Some of them are hard. The pain of doing that, you can do it for a short time, but when they put that sub-package in, you got to take them out, because it's only temporary.
Yours is lower than theirs,
Yeah, yeah,
hence the pain.
hence the pain. And then the fourth one is, they're like, oh, yeah, I forgot, let me get it in, and it might take a week or two to get in.
The other fun scenario is sometimes RHEL will ship sub-packages in a layered product, like in HA or one of the other channels. We don't have channels on the other side, so if we have scenarios where if you want, you can ship those packages in Appel, but you have to use the same process. And that can be very fun because you have to keep the versions in sync. I had to deal with Asterisk at some point, and it was not ideal.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Regarding documentation, I have a quick comment and offer. So technical authors from Canonical are running an open documentation academy. We're teaching people how to think about writing good documentation and offering issues that people can hop on. They have been seeing quite some traction and contributions. They're coming here tomorrow. One of the seniors, I asked him if he can make it in time tomorrow before the end of the event. They will be at FOSDEM. They will be doing a fringe event Monday. If any of you is interested, looking to push to make this in a cross-project, cross-distro initiative more. If you want, if you're interested, look for me. I'll hook you up, and that will be great. Thank you.
Yeah, Mauro, you know what I'm going to say to this. Yeah, let's have a conversation about that. It would be very interesting, and I think it would be great to create a stronger, more uniform effort around getting people interested in supporting documentation building.
I was sort of hoping he was going to say it's the Alpine documentation. Is Alpine the one that's like Pixie's right there's because it's perfect?
What?
No.
Do you mean Arch Linux?
Arch.
You mean Arch?
I knew
what the heck?
It's names.
The Arch
I sit up here and names just go away. Arch Linux documentation team is who I really want to talk to.
Well, you know, the Arch Wiki exists because if you didn't have it, you can't run Arch.
Yes. that is true.
Okay. You ready for my next one?
Please.
Go for it.
What's your relationship with copper, and how is that changing in the next year, or at all? Is there some greater connection that we could build, and how can we help?
Is that like a one-on-one, or is that as a committee question?
That's a
Committee question. I mean, really, what I'm asking is what's the where does copper fit in the extra packages for Enterprise Linux experience, right?
So Copper, they have, you can configure what they call cheroots or targets in Copper. You can configure Apple ones in there. We collaborated with them a good bit over the last year or two with the Apple 10 minor version changes. They're not actually tracking every minor version like Apple proper is. They're doing Apple on CentOS and Apple on RHEL, which right now would be 10.1 and 10.2, but in Apple, we're actually labeling it what the minor version is. They're just saying this, they don't want to have to keep tracking every minor version every 6 months. They just want to have the two different targets, which is a little closer to what we did in Apple 9, but different. So, but we've worked with them a good bit to make sure that things work mostly smoothly. Maintainers using Copper don't have to think about it too much. They'll just check off the boxes of what they want to build, and then there'll be the different cheroots for users to consume. That make sense?
Yeah, I think because of that, and I didn't even know that was happening, I personally use it more in my EPEL builds to test things. You got it.
Copper is also great if you need to do an impact check quickly to see if like you're pushing an update to a package, if it might break, if you have wrap depth problems. It's easily, there's an API and a CLI, so it's easy to script to build like 150 packages just to test something and throw everything away. So I use it for that quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, so this is something that we actually, like within the another hat that's going to go on the complicated head of hats. For Fedora KDE, in the context of EPEL, like the larger strategy thing is like, I've talked to Troy about this, and one of the things we're going to start doing is as we build out new KDE Plasma releases with the betas and whatever, we want to start actually building those in EPEL in Copper so that we can pre-validate all the dependency chains, make sure everything's actually there, because that way we can make sure the RHEL side of the dependency chain is updated in time for the RHEL minor release, because we didn't do this, and we accidentally got screwed out of being able to ship the fall release of KDE Plasma to RHEL 10.1 users because we just didn't have the Wayland libraries updated in time.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yep.
I was going to say there was some library.
Yeah, so because we want to avoid situations like that, and so this is actually, I think this is the crux of the strategy that, at least from my point of view, doing stuff in EPEL comes in handy, is when I need to know before I bring it into EPEL itself that everything is going to work, build-wise and runtime-wise, Copper is a good way to just get that going in a relatively safe and, as Davida mentioned, as a throwaway kind of way.
I find it a great opportunity to learn very quickly about package management and understand things that I didn't understand before. Another question, statistics, metrics, availability of those metrics for RPM, for RPM builders.
By metrics, are you talking about like the number of packages in each EPEL release?
Yeah, count me stuff, but also like, can you tell me a little more about maybe what I might be able to experience or retrieve as someone who's building for, let's say I'm building for my company, right? I want
You're a
to.
small company, David.
I build for a little company, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, those snap packages, right? I get a lot of information around where, my demographics and my.
So we gather what Fedora gathers.
Yeah, exactly.
Which isn't much because we don't. I will shut up. We value people's privacy.
You mentioned Count Me, but that's what we have in DNF Count Me, which is not package specific, is all we have from Fedora, and we don't really pay too close attention to it. It does help show, most importantly, like the amount of users per major version is the most insightful thing I think from it, which some people might not be surprised with this, but there's a very large slant of enterprise users that stay on the oldest possible release for the longest time. I'm hoping that's starting to get better with RHEL being on a 3-year consistent release cycle, but on the long-term enterprise scale, we're still pretty early in that being a thing. That only started in RHEL 8. Yeah, I still see people that are surprised that it's on a 3-year cycle now, and I'm like, it has been since 2019.
Count Me, is worth pointing out, only shows systems that go through the mirror network. So if you run private infra or private mirrors, like in our case, the systems won't show up there.
Yeah, when I did, and I'm only doing these annually now, and actually I think I stopped doing the graphics. Anyway, but I still run them. But that was one of the caveats we always said is this is not real numbers. These are the minimum. These are
floors.
These are what we use to see trends. But yeah, that's all we can see.
And I think from the package statistics point of view, we don't really know anything because our mirror infrastructure is not designed to be able to give us that information. Like, I'm aware that some Linux distributions, they can infer all this information because they maintain mirror fetch information per file. So, but we don't have that kind of setup, and I'm not sure we could. And I'm not sure we want it.
Effectively, you use some projects in the intermediate.
Yeah.
You use some projects in the intermediate that make it possible for you to have a little bit more detailed information, but I think that there's no active methodology, like there's no active coordination to collect that information and provide it back as a
Well,
as a
there's
feature.
also, like, you don't want to collect data that isn't going to actually impact any real decision making, because otherwise it's just stuff you have that you don't need.
Can I just interject on this? This isn't an Apple question. This is a Fedora question.
I mean, it's kind of
No, it
an
isn't.
Apple question.
We have no influence.
We'll do whatever Fedora does.
Yeah, we do
Okay.
what Fedora does. We have no influence on the thing.
I would say if there are specific metrics you would find useful as a user, this would be worth bringing up in the wider Fedora context, as Tori mentioned. There were discussions in the past in Fedora around increased telemetry that did not pan out, but there could be more discussions in the future as well if you wanted to bring them up.
For what it's worth, I would not be terribly opposed to it depending on the implementation. I do get asked often of which Apple packages should Red Hat care about. My team's, working on Apple and paid to make Apple good, but, just two people working on a bunch of packages and which packages will we work on. That's why we have been focused more on the infrastructure side, because that is like, yes, we need the infrastructure up and running. We need that to work well and have a good package maintainer and user experience. But if the questions start getting further and the infrastructure's humming along and it says, okay, well, now we want to, look at CVEs that are open in Apple, which packages should we prioritize? We don't know. We have no clue where the best packages would be to spend our time. So some kind of metrics, I would be really curious to see what that would look like in Fedora without pushing it myself. I don't want to take those arrows.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask one of my questions. And I'm going to bring it up. Apple 11. So this is the actual question. We're coming up on 10.2 cutover time, so we've had some experience with doing these minor versions. On your guys' opinions, how do you feel it's gone? Do you think we'll continue to do minor versions for Apple 11 or go back to the old? Sorry, I can't say that without laughing, but publicly, let's talk about it, since it's going to come up at some point.
I've seen nothing to dissuade me from repeating the 10 model for 11.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, this has been working well. I don't see really any reason to change there. I would like to see if we can bootstrap Apple 11 a bit earlier. And as we discussed when we did 10 and then that didn't pan out, see if we can potentially leverage the work that comes out of ELN with ELN extras as a seed for Apple 11. But it's probably a bit too early now for that conversation.
It's not that early. Not early to think.
All right, then.
Well, we should probably be talking about it way before we actually do it, because that was the mistake we made last time. We didn't talk about it until after things already started. That said, I think this process has been smoother than the Playground and Next nastiness that we had before. I definitely don't want to go back to that. I do think we probably need to start being a little proactive about making sure the mechanism we want to have works in DNF5, because no one has tested that yet. And we need to make sure that we've got that in place, and I don't want us to be scrambling like we did for 10 to make sure that that worked.
Yeah, I would say as a data point, in my production environment, Apple 10 has been smooth sailing overall. I can't think of any noticeable issue that came out as a result of Apple, and the way the distribution is laid out was fine. So I'm all for keeping that.
It makes me happier with tracking KDE.
Yeah, like I said, I had a hard time saying going back to the other way without laughing. No, I don't want to go back to the other way. That's my opinion. So it sounded like, but I wanted to make sure that question got asked. It's out in the public, so.
I will say it hasn't been 100% satisfaction. There have been a few maintainers that have told me, why is this different? And, I'm trying to isolate the complaints and understand, is it just something's different and I don't like change, or I don't understand this for some reason? Is there a documentation gap, or is there something else that we need to convince people it's a good thing? It's on the whole, been very successful and widely accepted. But every once in a while, I run into people that are just like, well, I only had to do one build before, now I have to do 2 builds. And I'm like, you don't have to. You could just do the leading one and then let it roll into the next Rail minor version, which is the same way it is for Rail maintainers. If they just want to ship it in Rail, they'll put it in the leading minor version and wait, and then it shows up, 6 months later or whatever. Shipping it in 2 Rail minor versions is more work, and now Apple mirrors that. And I don't think there's a problem with that, but some people disagree. So
It also mirrors Fedora, as you've said many times in past conferences. And Fedora, sometimes they have 3 or 4 builds depending on the timing.
I have 6 when I have to do updates, sometimes across Fedora and Apple.
Oh.
And it's totally valid in Fedora
That's
or
true.
in Apple to just build it in the leading branch, Apple 10 or Rawhide, and then wait and only handle updates in the older branches if necessary, like for a bug fix or CV fix or something. Yeah.
Well, on that note, like, I want to extend that to say, is there something that you're able to leverage that would identify, say, an ABI bump?
I think we've talked about this in that if there's going to be an ABI bump, we would prefer it to be on the leading, yeah.
You can, there are tools that you can use for that. Like if something I suspect, I will run ABI diff on the libraries and check. Generally speaking, we don't want bumps in updates in a pattern unless we do an incompat update and go through that whole process, but there might be situations where it's acceptable.
I accept that, but I have definitely been responsible for ABI bumps.
Yeah, for sure. It also depends a lot on the package. Like there are packages where you know that you're just going to have to update it everywhere because that's what it is. And there are packages where you shouldn't have to. There's also, if it's a leaf package, it doesn't super matter. If it's a library that 300 other packages depend on, and you're going to have to do a minimass rebuild, that's a very different conversation we're having.
Hi, Troy. When are you going to get that FFmpeg update done?
Hold that thought. And hopefully forget it. The other ABI breakage thing, which is really makes it really nice, is when Rail does ABI breakages, which they do quite a bit. It was really nice doing the QT6. I'm already done with it. So when 10.2 comes out, guess what I have to do? 0 work.
Big difference.
Yeah.
A big difference from the Apple Next model where you build it in Apple Next against CentOS and then have to rebuild it again when the same changes happen in Rail.
That's a good point. Does RHEL publish a feed of ABI breakages that they have? Because that would be kind of useful. I had a recent instance which was not Apple related, but it's related to this, where like we built a package. It had a problem. We had to build a hotfix, and the hotfix was linked against a newer glibc because they happened to have bumped the glibc in the middle. That was kind of a surprise.
Well, okay, there is release notes. So 3, 4, 5, 6 months down the road, yes, they publish them. But when you're running CentOS Stream,
That's right.
nope, it's a surprise.
Within the remit of Apple itself, though, we have been stewing for a while of how we could modernize the Apple updates policy for the minor version structure. We haven't put anything actually to the documentation yet. The old standard of no incompatible changes, no breaking changes, no user config, anything like that, no library SO name bumps, and if you need to do one for some reason that you feel is justified, we have an incompat process you can apply for, and then the Apple Steering Committee usually approves it. Sometimes we ask questions or have thoughts on specifically how it should be rolled out, or just say no entirely. I would like to have a little bit more of a spectrum where the leading Apple 10 branch could have a little bit more, maybe not disruptive is the right word. You still want it to be mostly major version compatible, but maybe for feature additions that aren't critical, you just do them in the leading branch only, and the trailing branches are security fixes and bug fixes only. So more restrictive in the trailing branches and less restrictive in the leading branch. But we haven't put that down as actual policy yet.
I would support that for what it's worth.
Yep.
Which would be kind of similar to how the Fedora policy is worded, which is what I would draw inspiration from. It's worded that actually you should go from the most radical changes in Rawhide to the least disruptive changes in the old Fedora stable release. And even between them, like Neil mentioned, some maintainers will publish an update for Fedora 42 and 43 at the same time. That's not really what the policy says. You should probably do most of your updates in Rawhide, some of them in F43, and only the ones that are really necessary in 42, like progress down to 0 updates by the time of the old stable EOL.
Although to be fair, if your package has strong compatibility guarantees, it's probably fine.
There's a lot of maintainer discretion.
Yeah. I mean, like the package I was using, an example is the Kiwi image build tool is a very, very strong compatibility guarantee, so I can just safely update it everywhere. But like, it's true, you need to figure out whether this falls under it, and it's
Does
kind of your
FFmpeg have a backward compatibility guarantee?
There are no words to describe how little of that exists.
Sorry,
But
this
that
is
gets me to my,
this is an internal joke.
this is the last question I'm going to ask, just because I'm embarrassed. But that leads me to my last question, which is, what are you experiencing relative to the LLM world, multimodal world kind of experiences, and how are you what are your expectations around dealing with the things that have impacted you so far?
It's not really good at packaging.
That's true. Pain, lots of pain.
I will give a slightly more serious answer. So there's been a lot of interest lately in bringing things into EPEL to do machine learning type tooling. A fair number of times it comes back to like it needs to be bounced back and qualified in Fedora first. And we've had a couple of requests about like, hey, can we like lift and shift this stack into here because like it's important for the users and like stronger and we want to take care of all the handlings and whatever. And like I think what it's now come down to is my first ask when these requests come in is, can you show me how you're going to make sure that when you do it, that you're doing it in a way that users are not going to wind up unexpectedly broken. And those are and I think this is a generalizable problem. It's just, it's starting to come up just slightly more often now with this because these tools are younger, the way that they work is fresher, and it's a little more complicated because it's in some pieces hardware enablement stuff that for some reason is not in RHEL. So it's a complicated situation.
Yeah, some of the faster moving things may not be a great fit for EPEL at this stage, but that doesn't mean they cannot be shipped if somebody's willing to do the work. Others, I think it's kind of a judgment call.
So I look at it from the perspective of like, when I put my...
Can you do a microphone?
Oh, yeah. When I put my Timothy Flink hat on, right, I see this, I see that being one of the problems that modularity tried to attack. And I'm sorry I'm still bringing up the word, but the
Put a quarter in the swear jar.
yeah, right. So the problem that he's running into, and anybody who's in that space, is that their toolkits are all very tightly coupled, and that presents a problem unless you have a way to deal with those.
So since you invoked him, specifically around the ROCm as an example of what Neil was talking about that's coming up more often, we do have in Fedora and EPEL, there are ways to get like a blanket policy exception. For example, the kernel in Fedora, KDE in Fedora and EPEL can just update, and it's allowed for various reasons. It's all case by case. The ROCm, it's not the ROCm SIG. What's their SIG?
It's the AIML.
AML.
No, the heterogeneous computing one.
They folded into AIML.
Okay. Well, they were asking for a blanket policy exception. We looked at it and thought about it. The question came up of maybe this isn't ready for EPEL yet, if it's moving this fast. But we granted them the exception to do just 6 to 7 for the ROCm stack and all those packages. And before giving a blanket one, see how it went. And some things actually got missed. So personally, I'm not ready to sign on for a permanent blanket exception, but maybe we approve the 7 to 8 and see how that goes if it can get to working more smoothly.
Yeah, like in this, so as Carl mentioned, like for example, KDE has a blanket exception across all Fedora branches and EPEL. And the reason for that was, it used to be way back in the day that to get these kinds of blanket exceptions, you had to provide some proof that you were able to reliably capture everything that's needed to make sure it stays working. And so I think one of the things that I would feel comfortable about, especially in the ROCm case, is can they give me a script that shows how they're tracking the things that they need to do to bring it forward and update it and make it work? So that way, there's a trust but verify type of thing. Yeah, it's a scary graph, but like you got to resolve the graph, right? And so I feel like if we see this one more time and things go well, and then there's scripts to prove it, then I'm super okay with looking at it again for a permanent exception.
One of the things we have to consider with it is not just, is everything in EPEL rebuilt for these changes, but there are things that depend on EPEL and build against EPEL, like the hyperscale SIG and other things. So that's one of the reasons EPEL policy is set up the way it is because we don't even know all of the things that depend on EPEL. So we want to be pretty conservative and lean towards conservative choices on updates. So blanket exceptions for, you can update this however you want to, should be, examined carefully.
Yeah, some of the AI stuff is extra fun because you're often dealing with vendor enablement things and proprietary things on the outskirts that may or may not need to be kept in sync, or you may need to give a heads up to people. So it's not as easy sometimes. I'm well aware.
You had one more question. Do we have any more questions?
Oh, it's a prayer time.
Okay. Perfect timing then.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Because I had one more question and I forgot it.
Oh, that is excellent timing. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody, for coming.
You might as well.
All right, thanks, everybody. We will start again tomorrow. We will start our presentations in the morning tomorrow, no meetups. So 8 a.m. we'll have coffee, pastries out. 9 a.m. will be our first set of sessions tomorrow. There's no evening activities tonight, so go find someone you like and enjoy dinner with them. We'll see you tomorrow.